Is Myra here today? Is Myra back there? Oh, I just sent her a text.
Good evening. I'd like to call the Wednesday, May 22nd Board of Trustees meeting to order. Trustee Otto, can you please lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance?
Push your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Trustee Otto. Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak Joe Entuck,
Present.
Doug Otto,
Here.
Sunny Zia,
Here.
Donnell Jones.
Here.
Item 2.4, report on closed session item. We have one item that needs a report out. The Board of Trustees voted unanimously to approve the Olson Urban Housing LLC's request to amend the purchase and sale agreement reduction to $14,050,000 and extend the due diligence period to June 17, 2019, and extend the close of escrow date to June 30th, 2020 for the purchase of the Long Beach Community College District's Los Coyotes diagonal site. Item 2.5, approval of the minutes of April 24th, 2019, regular Board of Trustees meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Trustee Baxter, is there a second?
Second.
I have
Seconded by Trustee
I have
Intook. Discussions?
Yeah.
Trustee Otto.
actually, I had a correction to the minutes that I would like to recommend. With regard to 2.5, the revised board policy and administrative regulation 2014, it's reported in the minutes that my motion to amend, but I don't think it accurately states what that motion was. So I'd like it to reflect, what it says is that currently reads that the violation of the board's code of ethics will first be addressed by the president of the board, who will discuss the violation with trustee in question to reach a resolution of the issue. That's the existing language. The language that it says was added, trustee Otto requested that this section be revised to read as, quote, the superintendent president shall confidentially advise all of the trustees of the alleged violation. That wasn't all of the motion. The motion was that the president of the board and/or the superintendent president shall confidentially advise all of the trustees of the alleged violation against other board members and make available to the board a copy of the written complaint if one is filed. So I'd like it to read that.
Oh, Madam Secretary, since you go back and review the video, maybe you can speak to this. Like, I can't. My memory doesn't serve me right. Because would you like to
Yes.
speak? Go ahead.
I recall that.
Yes, he did actually request that motion, and it was sort of summarized
Okay.
pertaining to the
Because I know we don't take
policy.
verbatim minutes.
So I'm adding to the motion as amended by, per trustees Otto's request, and I will make the changes.
Okay. Thank you for catching that, Trustee Otto. So would you like to make an amendment to the motion to?
I'm sorry?
I had a question. Does the future agenda item for tonight reflect that change, or is that only in the minutes where it's truncated?
The agenda item that has that language reflects the language that's actually in the minutes.
Okay, so we need to amend the policy when it comes up. Okay.
So the motion, do we have a motion to amend? Well, we'll need a motion to amend the
We'll
minutes.
do the minutes now, and when you get to the
No, I know,
policy-
but the minutes don't reflect this change, so we need a motion with this amendment. So would someone like to make the motion with the amendment? Is that what you're trying to do?
In the minutes.
Is there a second for Trustee Otto's?
Second.
Are there any discussions, questions?
Just
Okay,
a
all,
Just on a process, we're going to take 2 votes, right? 1 vote for the amendment, 1 vote to adopt the overall. Do we have 2 motions on
we
the?
amend.
We'll take the motion to adopt overall when it comes up in the agenda.
Right, but right now we're taking action on the minutes. So Trustee, we have a substitute motion with this amendment. So we're going to make
I didn't hear the word substitute. Okay. Just clarify.
let's go ahead and, so all in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, let's move on to item 2.6, Superintendent President Dr. Romali's report.
Thank you.
Dr. Romali, the floor is yours.
I'd like to call the community's attention to the absolutely stunning Best Yet community newsletter done by Joshua Castellanos and his incredibly talented team, and call your special attention to the colleague awards and congratulate the colleagues who won their special awards this year. It was a fantastic ceremony indeed. We are doing something different this year at the request of the colleagues, and what that will be is typically the colleagues, the outstanding colleagues, were the readers at graduation. However, many of them had requested a little nervousness about getting up there and reading, and who could blame them? I'd feel the exact same way. So what we have done is we called out to the ESL department, since we have so many students with different heritages. We wanted the mothers and fathers and grandfathers and grandmothers and aunties and uncles in the audience to hear their students, their child's name called the same way it was given to them on their birthday. And because that's that one moment, and you want to hear it pronounced correctly. So we called out to the ESL department for people who speak different languages, including Spanish. We will have native speakers, readers, employees of the college, some of whom are outstanding colleagues, available as readers on the stage, and it will be very lovely to hear these wonderful pronunciations for the students, and we know it'll mean so much to the family. So it's something a little new this year that I think it's going to be really meaningful. Also new this year, the classified are encouraged to either sit in the audience if they wish, or march in if they wish. They may do so. I am calling upon the managers to go to every extent possible to make that happen for the classified so that they can enjoy the event. That doesn't mean the college is going to shut down and everybody walks over to the field, but it does mean that my expectation of the managers is that they make it happen for the classified who deserve the right to come and enjoy and see the fruits of their hard work. I'd like to also welcome our newest head of facilities, Walter Johnson. Walter, would you stand and be recognized? Welcome, Walter. He is our new head of facilities, and we are so happy to have him on board. Congratulations. It's too early to thank Jorge Ochoa. He, I believe, has one more meeting as Academic Senate President, where he has served fantastic for the last 2 years. But I also want to congratulate Jerry Florence, who was welcomed in as our new Academic Senate President. And I want to welcome in Cece Sadler, who's joining us as Classified Senate President, and Annie Engel. She will be replacing Annie Engel, who has herself done an absolutely outstanding job and put the Classified Senate on the map and given such meaningful input into this organization. Truly, you're both so valued. You will receive, the board will receive a report tonight on an incident that happened at our Pacific Coast campus with an employee who carried a toy prop gun, and you will receive information on the organizational response to that. But I want to give a shout out to the person who called 911. It was the right thing to do. And I want to thank the Long Beach Police Department who responded. It seemed like everybody in the tri-state area was there. It was incredible. Before I even hung up the phone, the place was swarming. And it was just incredible, your response. And we wrote a commendation to Chief Robert Luna thanking you. So we thank everyone. Career Technical Education Night was held last Friday at the PCC campus, and probably over 500 people attended. It was absolutely outstanding. So I want to commend all of the CTE faculty, counselors, librarians. Colin was there, Paul was there. We had a fantastic time. Dean Carbonaro helped put it together, Associate Dean Pagan, Joshua and his team. There we go again, Josh. You seem to be all over the place. Congratulations to you. It was just a great example that the trades are back at LBCC, and we want to shout it from the rooftops. On May 15th, we recognized our newly tenured faculty, and congratulations to them. They've worked very hard. I also want to congratulate the very first member of the LBCC team to receive her doctoral degree from the CCLP program that was started under President Oakley. And that is Dr. Janae Hund.
Yay!
Oh, yay.
That's awesome.
It's wonderful. I also would like to acknowledge that this is usually the student trustees' last meeting, but our wonderful Donnell Jones is going to continue for the next year if he doesn't get snatched up by Berkeley or other wonderful places. So I want to thank you publicly for being a tremendous, tremendous student trustee and really advocating for what the students want out there. We're so proud of you, Donnell. We're so proud of you. I want to also acknowledge that unfortunately we had an employee pass away whose name is Monique Fernandez. She worked in the academic services division, and she was a truly, truly valued member of the LBCC family. So please join me in expressing the condolences to her family. A big congratulations in Viking athletics goes out to men's volleyball. They won the state championship. Beach volleyball, runner-up in the state championship, and baseball reached the super regionals. So our Vikings are out there. Nancy Yoho has been appointed interim executive director of our foundation. And we had a couple of very successful events here on campus. Our Rotary Scholarship Luncheon, we are so grateful to our Rotarians who give over $100,000 to help with students. Our seniors at the Outstanding Senior Luncheon who give so much to us. We attended an athletics golf tournament to raise money for athletics, so we want to thank our donors there. We participated in the LGBTQ Pride Parade and are proud to do so. I want to remind everyone of some very, very important dates coming up. May 23rd, tomorrow, scholarship reception in the Hall of Champions, 10 o'clock in the morning. Memorial Day barbecue, follow it up right in front of the A building, and don't forget your student life reception tomorrow night, 5 o'clock in the Nordic Lounge. Then we've got to come out and support on May 24th the Classified Staff Appreciation Luncheon at 11 o'clock in T1200. And don't forget the Spring Pops concert, May 25th, 2 p.m. on E-Quad. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report. Oh, my goodness, how did I miss this? My apologies. I also have an incredible certificate of appreciation from the faculty and staff of our EOP&S program presented to you, President Zia, in appreciation of going above and beyond for our EOPS and CARE students. So we'd like to present that to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent President Dr. Romali, and thank you, EOPS, for this wonderful honor. You submit this, give me this award every year, and I really appreciate that, and I'm humbled. Thank you. Item 2.7, Associated Student Body President's Report. Welcome, John Paulo.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Trustees, Superintendent President Romali, the Vice Presidents, faculty and staff, and fellow students, good evening. For today, the following are my report. First is the LEC Pantry. For the Student Affairs Department, through the Healthy Vikings Initiative, had a soft launch of the Viking Vault at LEC last May 15th and today, May 22nd. The full launch of the LEC Viking Vault will happen on fall 2019. The department is continuing to fight food insecurities for our students. The Healthy Viking Initiative has recognized the month of May as Mental Health Awareness Month with different resources and workshops that caters to address the students' mental health. That's why I'm paying homage by wearing green today. And also, the Department of Student Affairs is also recognizing this month as Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. So that's why I'm wearing a traditional attire from the Philippines. So the next up is the Viking Closet. The current cohort of the John Philpott Leadership Institute has passed the Viking Closet to provide clothes like jackets, sweaters, and professional wear, and other basic needs like blankets. The ASB has created a line item in continuing support of the closet for the maintenance of it. Next on my report is the CRAM, Coffee Relief and Academic Mastering Night. That's gonna happen on May 28th from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. at LEC, and at PCC on Thursday, May 30, 2018 from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Next on my report is the Summer Charter. The LEC Club Senate and PCC Club Senate will be establishing their second year of their Summer Charter to be able to create events during summer and have interaction with our incoming freshmen. So I just want to also mention that the ASB meetings will establish a bi-monthly meetings next school year. It's just because we're having a difficulty on having our student leaders to be in a meeting every week. So we made sure that we represent also LAC and PCC by doing one meeting here and one meeting at PCC. So I just want to do a short year in review for this year. some of the changes that we made this year is like we wanted to advocate for our students, so we kind of gave up our event management so we can concentrate on advocacy. And also for my year, I wanted to be connecting to our faculty and staff and for having them as our advocates. And also we've been like trying our best to unite the LAC and PCC campus. That's why we combine all the student leaders into like one big ASB cabinet members. So these are like some of our pictures. Two. And then I just want to mention also like one of the biggest contributions for the ASB cabinet is like I really want them to be involved with our district committees. There's like a lot of district committees on campus that we can voice our opinions and like so we can make changes here on campus. And I feel like we've managed to like as much as possible cover like 50% of those district committees. It wasn't like we didn't had like the perfect attendance, but I made sure that there's like students sitting on the table. And also, I just want to mention also like these are the graduating students for our cabinet members. So four of the cabinet members will be transferring to AUC, and 2 of our cabinet members will be transferring to Cal State Long Beach. So President Romali, I just want to let you know that our student trustee actually accepted going to UC Berkeley. And, and I myself, I'm transferring to, right now, I've decided on UC Riverside because they're giving me a full ride. But if any other, if any of the other UCs, because I'm waitlisted in the other UCs I applied to, but if they offer me like a full ride also, I'll think about it. But right now, my heart's saying UC Riverside.
So you said that University of California, Riverside is giving you a car?
No, a full ride. A full ride. I mean, a scholarship. I wish they can give me a car. And then also, I just want to mention also the incoming executive cabinet members. One of them is here right now. Her name is, the new incoming ASB president will be Alyssa Taneza Jones. Can you stand up? Do you want to say something? All right.
Hi, everyone. I wasn't planning on saying anything, to be honest. I guess I'm excited to learn and work with all of you this next year.
Welcome, Alyssa.
Congratulations for winning your position. Just an invitation to like everyone who's here. Our receptions and banquets. The student light reception will be on May 23rd, 5 to 7. Our Viking volunteer reception will be May 30th, 2 to 4. And then ASB banquet, May 31st from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I just want to, on behalf of like the student affairs, I just want to thank these people, like the names in front of you guys. They made me like the best leader here on campus. I've been part of student life for 3 years, and I feel that my stay here in Long Beach City College was the best because I always tell my story. I started here as an immigrant who doesn't know anything and barely spoke English, and now I'm standing here, you guys, as like the ASB president. Like it's really mind-blowing, and I'm very humbled and honored to be, like standing in front of you guys, and I'm excited like what the future holds for me. And that's the end of my report. I know I don't request a lot for the Board of Trustees and everyone here, but do you guys mind? I don't know if I will get another opportunity, but do you guys mind if I can take a picture with you guys?
Not at all. Let's. Trustees, maybe we can go up front and take a picture with John Paulo.
Where does he want it? Where does he want the picture? He should come up here. John Paulo, you want to come up here?
Oh, up there? Okay.
Great report, John Paul. I love the presentation and the slides in particular. All right, item 2.8, student trustee Donnell Jones. The floor is yours.
Thank you. As always, I would like to start by thanking all of you guys for being here this evening. You truly could have been anywhere else tonight. Instead, you're here engaging with our community, and for that, I thank you. Next, I would like to thank our ASB president and my fellow cabinet members for the amazing presentation. And so now let's get into the meat and potatoes of the report. Starting Friday, April 26th, attended the OER conference hosted by our coordinator of Open Education Resources, Allison Murray. It was a major success. We had a student panel there with myself and 4 of the students who really got a chance to speak to our faculty members about the importance of open education resources and how it can potentially affect, and impact, our success moving forward. Many faculty members walked away with an interest in making the switch to OER. And for that, I would like to thank Professor Allison Murray for stepping up to take on the role of being the coordinator and for organizing such an amazing event. The following day, April 27th, made an appearance at this year's mini Grand Prix event. I believe I saw Vice President Malauulu there as well. It was a great turnout. I'd like to acknowledge all the clubs that worked hard on their carts and their chili and who left their all out there on the racetrack. Special shout out to the Veterans Club who showed up and cleaned house. They took home a multitude of the awards. Also shout out to Tong for setting the fastest time for the men's division, and also for P&K for taking first place in the women's division. Tuesday, May 7th, I had the distinct honor of being honored at the honors transfer banquet. Sorry, I said honor a lot there, guys. I apologize for that. It was very heartwarming to see many of my fellow students being honored for their hard work in completing the honors program and for their academic achievement. Congrats for all of my peers for their spectacular accomplishments. I would also like to announce that I did receive the President's Scholars designation, which came with a nice little medallion and a generous scholarship from the foundation. I'd like to thank Jeff Wheeler and Marcia Nystrom for their hard work and dedication to keeping the honors program running, and for everyone who volunteered to make the event a success. Friday, May 11th, attended the Science Night. That was an amazing community turnout. So many families showed up. Kids are having a blast. Thank you for all who are part of making the event happen. Special recognition to the Math Club, who actually used the funds that they got from the ASB grant that we gave them last semester, to put together a Star Wars themed escape room. Not to brag, but I'd like to note that I, along with my amazing team of fellow students, did set the fastest time for completion with 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Wednesday, May 5th, was invited to participate in the Rotary Club Scholarship Banquet. Had the amazing opportunity to meet and mingle with with many of the donors, the Rotarians who invested their time and their money in our student success. Friday, May 17th, participated as a member of the panel at the Select Committee hearing on student debt, hosted by Assemblywoman Petrie Norris. It was a great turnout. Lots of students from all over California came to share their experiences and their stories about student debt, and I'm really excited that our elected representatives are taking active measures to combat the issues that many of our students face with, loans and the rising debt crisis. Tuesday, May 21st, just yesterday, participated in the student focus group hosted by our own Dr. Mike Munoz. We had an impressive turnout, lots of vital feedback from our students about the things that our institution is doing right and some areas where we can improve. Also wanted to give an update on 2 important pieces of legislation that our students have really been watching lately. As of this past weekend, both Senate Bill 291 and Assembly Bill 302 successfully passed out of committee with some amendments. Most notably, Assembly Bill 302, which as a reminder would open community college parking lots to students living in their cars, was amended to include language to provide reimbursement of costs of compliance for institutions.
Oh, wow.
And now for the dessert. I know that our president, Paolo, already dropped the news. I received an email this morning actually notifying me that my admissions to UC Berkeley will be sustained, and so barring anything outrageous, that's where I will be in the fall. And so, since this will be my final meeting, if you guys don't mind, I would just like to say a few more words. I know it's quite a substantial report already. Just want to get it all out there and leave it out here. This past year in service to our students certainly flew by. In such a short amount of time, so many things have happened. We've established a Dream Center, a Welcome Center, a food pantry, preferred name policy. We've passed resolutions to recognize LGBTQ and Black History Month. We've established new programs and organizations to increase student success, and the pilot program to establish transportation options for our students, and so much more. None of this would have been possible without the dedicated service of our amazing staff, faculty, administrators, executive leaders, and most importantly, Dr. Reagan Ramali. My term as a student trustee has been a tremendous learning opportunity. I'm truly honored to have had the distinct opportunity to be a part of all of this. From the training conference to the one-on-one meetings I've had with our board members. In closing, I would like to thank a number of key individuals who have assisted me throughout my journey. Deborah Peterson for providing the wisdom and insight in preparing my transfer admission essays. Dwayne Schaefer for keeping it real and giving me the straight talk I needed to keep my eyes on the prize. Dr. Rainier Freeman, Dr. Anne-Marie Nunag, and Lisa Roper for helping me chart my educational trajectory even when I couldn't quite articulate it myself. Dr. Jerome Hunt and Dean Lee Douglas for establishing the Amen Charter and modeling what it means to be a Black man in academia. Reuben Page and the Transfer Center for without this gentleman, my admissions to Berkeley would not be possible. He was integral in connecting me with some key individuals who were able to take a look at my situation and ensure that my admissions would still be sustained. Dr. Lawrence and Dr. Janae Hund for taking an interest in mentoring me through this journey over the past 2 years at Long Beach City College. Dr. Alicia Kirkwood for making the time to meet with me regularly and for the sage wisdom she has imparted to me during our monthly check-ins. And Taylor Robertson, our advisor for the ASB cabinet, for going above and beyond to make sure that each and every one of our members was taken care of, and for keeping us all focused on advocating for our students. Every member of the Board of Trustees for all the wisdom and talk that you guys have given me, all the insight, the time that you guys have taken to meet with me and to sit down and to help me figure this thing out, because this is all brand new to me. And I can't say enough without saying thank you to my friend and inspirational leader, Paolo Contreras, for doing a great job leading our cabinet. And last but certainly not least, again, Dr. Reagan Ramali for the leadership she has shown in keeping this institution moving forward in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Great job, Donnell. It's been a pleasure having you as our student trustee. I believe that's a shared sentiment, and it's been a pure joy having you on this dais. And good luck. I'm so proud of you. Berkeley's a big deal. Item 2.9, LBCCFA bargaining president. I believe we have Suman in Kirsten Moreno's absence. Suman, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent President Ramali, Board President Zia, and distinguished board members. Kirsten Moreno was unable to attend this evening and asked me to speak on FA's behalf. FA would like to congratulate all newly tenured faculty members at Long Beach City College. FA would also like to commend Dr. Ramali and the board for the President's Task Force on Race and Equity. We feel this is an important step in moving the needle for our students, specifically our students of color. As a woman of color, faculty member, and the equity chair, inclusion and equity are central to who I am. I truly feel that in order for us to push the needle for our students, we need to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion for all faculty on campus. I do not feel that we can move the needle for our students without moving the needle for our faculty first. We are making strides, and some of those are Band-Aids on much deeper wounds. Our goal is for unity and complete inclusion, and to choose better representative voices who can speak to the experiences that we don't understand. Therefore, FA plans to make cultural and social awareness our equity focus for this next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Suman. Next, we have AFT Bargaining President Susan Trask. Susan, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Zia, trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Ramali, Vice Presidents, colleagues, and community. Dr. Ramali, I want to thank you for showing up at PCC when we had that event a few weeks ago. You were comforting. You showed tons of compassion. You fed our staff and showed them that you cared. And I really appreciate your immediate response and the way the Long Beach Police Department handled it and the district as well. Thank you so very much. It was comforting to the staff. I also want to acknowledge the passing of Monique Fernandez. She was well loved on this campus, and she started out as a student worker here, just like me, and, you know, worked her way up. And I also want to commend the student leaders. I was on the ASB when I was a returning student 20-some years ago, and it gave me the confidence to grow and learn. And I think you guys, Long Beach City College, with that ASB program, really impacts people. And I'm so grateful that we still have the program, and I'm proud of these gentlemen for what they've accomplished. We're having the Classified Appreciation Luncheon on Friday. I appreciate that. Thank you. And if you're able to attend, it would be nice if you could show up. And thank you, Dr. Ramali, for showing support for Classified to be at the graduation and participating. And tomorrow, the Classified Executive Board is having elections. My position, as well as the LAC Vice President position, are up for re-election. So hopefully I'll continue, but we'll see how that works out. And thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Susan. And thank you for mentioning Monique. We will adjourn tonight's meeting in her honor by observing a moment of silence. I also want to give a shout out to Susan Trask. Her son just, for those of you who haven't gone to the coffee parlor at the corner of Spring and Clark, you should go. Susan Trask's son owns that place, and they just signed on to become our newest industry partner, and to hire our students and give them an opportunity to become an intern. And this is just living proof that we have great small businesses in the community that is taking advantage of our Center for Industry and Community Partnership. So I want to commend you and your family for supporting the college by employing our students. Next, we have item 2.11, tie bargaining president's report. Welcome, Karen.
Welcome. Good evening, President Superintendent Ramali, Board President Zia, and Board of Trustees. I know you haven't seen me this semester because it's actually Wednesday evening is a very difficult time for any of us to get here. And so it happens to be a really popular time for part-timers who teach. But I did break an engagement to come tonight because it's the end of the semester, and as usual at the end of the semester, I like to implore everybody to help me remind our 700 part-time faculty that they can apply for unemployment benefits for the summer, even if they're teaching summer school. So I know I've talked about this before, but I'm just going to give you a little bit more information. There are a number of other schools who are from the district side actually helping to get the information. I wish we could do that here. I think it's super important. You know, when we consider that the last day of the semester is the last day of employment for our almost 700 part-time faculty, they're losing some of their income. And so as we talk a lot about equity and student equity, we also want to remember our part-time faculty. Of course, the irony is not lost on me that, you know, we don't have state funding to have all of these full-time jobs for our part-timers to move into, but we seem to have funding for EDD benefits. I don't know, just ironic to me. So this is what I do. The very last day of the semester, I go online, edd.gov, and I apply for my unemployment benefits. Even though I'm scheduled to teach summer school, I still go ahead and apply. And the reason why is because all part-time faculty are temporary at-will employees who can be bumped at any moment. So it's very important for part-timers to know, apply the last day of the semester. If you do teach summer school, if my summer school session goes and I'm able to teach it, then obviously I would not be collecting benefits. But on the last day of summer school, because I've already applied for unemployment benefits, then I will receive unemployment benefits until the fall semester begins again. And so for those of us who live this very precarious life, you know, teaching part-time, it's really important that we let part-timers know that this is something that they are able to do because of the Cervisi decision in the state of California. And we want to be sure that we get the word out. If you're giving any information to part-time faculty about applying for unemployment benefits, realize that they may be in a place where they know they're losing some income. They might be a little anxious about that. They might have a lot of questions. Please feel free to give them my phone number or my email. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't work for EDD, but I can at least point them, maybe I should, but I can at least point them in the right direction. So I do also want to give a shout out to all our part-time faculty who are just, in my estimation, unsung heroes. You know, recent statistics have shown that over 50% of part-time faculty hope to get full-time jobs. And in the system that we live in today, you know, that's just not going to happen in the state of California. There just aren't enough full-time jobs. That's fallen by the wayside. And so we have this very unfortunate situation, but I know from talking to them, they're working hard, they care about their students, they teach because they love students. I love my students. I feel grateful every day that I get to go and teach the field I love, which is art history. And so anyway, thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Karen. Item 2.12, reordering of the agenda. Vice President Malauulu.
I'd like to make a motion that we bump the trustee reports up. We can do all of them, or we could do just mine. As I mentioned at the last meeting, my son is graduating tonight, so I'm going to leave a little early so I can go attend his graduation. So if it pleases the board, I'd like to give my report.
Do you need a second?
Yes.
Second.
I don't think we need a second. So I'll go ahead and move up. I believe it's item 12.3. So the board will. Would you like to have that heard before item 3?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and hear item 12.3, Board of Trustees reports. At this time, Vice President Malauulu, would you like to go first?
Yes, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have several items to report on. I'm going to go through the calendar really quickly. I'm sorry that Paulo walked out. I don't know if somebody can grab him. I actually did want to say something to him. Thank you, Susan. Okay, so let me just go through the calendar really quickly. Since our last board meeting, on April 25th, which was, I don't think that's right. It was on a Saturday, I believe it was April 26th. There was an Earth Day celebration hosted by Councilwoman Lena Gonzalez in downtown Long Beach, and I was invited to sit on a panel for the Green New Deal. And that was a really interesting experience for me. There were several of us on that panel, and I represented labor. And there were people, students from LBCC in the audience who actually approached me afterwards. So it was a really eye-opening experience to participate in a panel that had nothing to do with the college, that actually involved college students in the audience. So it shows the level of sophistication that some of our students are out in the community, and they're participating in these events. On the 27th, so maybe I have my calendar a little confused. On the 27th, I did attend the Grand Prix and the barbecue chili cook-off at PCC campus. I have a photograph to go with that. I happened to be hanging out with the Veterans Club purely by accident, and just where I was geographically at PCC that morning, and they did sweep everything. They won Best Costume, they won for Fastest Time, and they won for the Best Chili. So I got to hang out, and as you can see, there's a really young veteran right there in the middle with a little flag. It's one of our LBCC vets' sons, so that was a ton of fun. Also on April 30th, I attended the LAC campus-wide forum. I loved the format, Dr. Romali. I loved seeing the different panelists. I enjoyed that a lot better than previous town halls where we had one person speak at a time. I liked having the panel up there, so kudos to you for making that change. Okay, the May 1st emergency, our text system works. I got the text. I was in a meeting. I was sick to my stomach, as I'm sure everybody else was. And we did talk about this in closed session. Had I been on campus or had I seen that, I probably would have died. So to everybody who was on the PCC campus that day, and especially to our first responders and our law enforcement, I can't imagine. It's one of my biggest fears. So I'd like to commend all of you and to let you know that, there were hundreds, maybe thousands of people, lifting the campus and the community up in prayer. And then it ended very quickly. So, just again, it was a dress rehearsal for an actual event because it involved the theater department. So I'm glad that that's behind us, and I'm glad we learned from that. Thursday, May 2nd, I'm the board representative on the Foundation Board of Governors, so I did attend the executive committee meeting, and I've said this before, I'm learning so much about the way the foundation works, and I do see lots of opportunity for the college and the foundation to interact in so many other ways other than as support for students and staff or scholarships. There's just a lot of opportunity, and we have discussed that, reaching out, diversifying the board of governors, the foundation, having the foundation board be a little more reflective of our community in terms of the ethnic diversity. So those are issues that I have brought up to the Board of Governors. On May 3rd, I flew up to Reno and spent 3 very lovely days at Squaw Valley for the CCLC annual trustee conference. It was wonderful. Trustee Otto and I were there. And I attended, so I made a choice. In the past, I've kind of stuck my head into different caucuses. I've attended the Latino caucus, I've attended the African American caucus. Some of you know my background, I can do both very well. And I attended the only caucus I didn't attend was the Veterans, but I also attended the Asian Pacific Islander, and I made a decision to join that one officially, and there's a photo coming up there. So these are the Asian Pacific Islander caucus delegates at CCLC, and look at what that says about the way they form the seats. As soon as they call the meeting to order, they immediately turn the seats into this round circular formation, which is very telling of the Asian Pacific Islander culture. So when you walk into the African American or the Latino or even the veterans, it was just regular stadium type seating. But then this takes the village approach. And I just, I was like, okay, so this is where I'm going to be. I am not Asian Pacific Islander. My husband is Samoan, but because they have the smallest representation, this is the one that I felt I could be of better use for our Long Beach City College students. We have a ton of representation with the Latinos and the African Americans and even our veterans, but there's nobody really advocating for Asian PI. So I took one for the team on that, and look at what happened. I thought that was awesome. Okay, I got back on that Sunday night. On the 6th, I attended the Outstanding Colleague Award. Congratulations to our many colleagues and also those who received recognition for their years of service. I was very happy. One of my high school friends, Joy Rodriguez, I believe she had 15 years. So Joy, if you happen to see this, congratulations. That evening, I was at Musica Angelica. It was my first time there, and just wow. It's just so much talent. I'd never been to that event. It was outstanding. It was a really busy week. The next day, I was at the Honors Banquet. I love to attend that. And then I was at Liz McCann's farewell. She's our foundation executive director, and she left us. And that's going to be a huge loss to our campus. The following night, I accidentally overcommitted, and I attended the CSULB Distinguished Alumni Award and the Boy Scout Centennial Dinner. I put one on one calendar, one on another, had to walk between both events at the convention center. There may not have been a fence that I hopped. It was hairy, it was pretty bad, but I did manage to attend both events. I promise to never do that again. On the 10th, I was at the mayor's 10-year anniversary celebration, which was very well attended, and it showed the support that Mayor Garcia has in the community. On the 16th was the CCEJ Humanitarian Awards Dinner, and once again, I'd like to thank Trustee Jenny Baxter. I have no idea what I did to deserve the honor of having her nomination to chair the event with Mr. Wayne Slavitt. And this was our LBCC table. I actually had 3 tables at the event between family and friends and community, and I think we had a lot of fun. And, people have been asking us to host like the Grammys and the Oscars, so I guess we did all right. But anyway, it was a lot of fun.
You look stunning.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody who attended. It was a fun event, and it is my understanding that a lot of people contributed to the cause that CCEJ supports. So thank you for that. On the 18th, I was at the Centro Cha press conference highlighting the resource fair that we are hosting again. I believe it was our 4th year, if I'm not mistaken. Was it our 4th year hosting that, the resource fair? It's an immigration fair for our undocumented students to assist them with legal aid and tapping them into resources. Last night, I was at Puente for the Puente Spring Celebration. And of course, there's a ton of events that we miss because we just can't, and we have jobs and families. But I do want to talk about one event that I hated to have missed, which was a tenured faculty celebration on May 15th. That was just a horrible day. Oh, was that? Oh, sorry. I thought it was on that Wednesday. Yeah, well, that's probably why I missed it. But I'm sorry that I missed the tenured faculty event. I really enjoy going to that. So congratulations to all of our tenured faculty. And just a couple more items. To Donnell, it's been a pleasure serving on this board. We will miss you. You have been a very staunch advocate for student rights on campus, and I commend you. Don't stop. Take that to Berkeley and give them hell up there. You did a great job doing it here, and very professional and courteous, and I applaud you. Paulo, I take a lot of credit for Paulo because he lives in my district. So this is the best of what the West Side has to offer, and I am so humbled because I see Paulo walking all the time, and I wish I could just buy you a car so you can go out to UC Riverside and drive back. But I see you all the time on Willow and Santa Fe, and my heart is so touched by your commitment and dedication, and I'm so proud of you. And I'm glad they got you to come back because I wanted you to hear me say it. You've been an excellent ASB president this year, and we're definitely going to miss your reports. I I would like to congratulate our volleyball team, state champions. What an incredible record, 19-3 overall. That was outstanding. And two more things real quick. At the last meeting, I made a mistake. I had my list ready, and I omitted something very important. Our last meeting was Administrative Professionals Day. It was on Wednesday, the 24th. And I really wanted to thank all of the administrative professionals on campus, all of the people who serve in secretarial support services, their duties. I know I'm a month late and a dollar short, but really meant to acknowledge you last month, especially our board secretary, Jackie. I know I sent her flowers that day, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody else on campus, we let you guys know how much we appreciate you. And in closing, for real, Mr. Walter Johnson, I've never met you. Welcome to the family, but I have to fully disclose that his wife and I were on the drill team together at Banning High School.
That's probably why I got the job.
So, no, I had no idea, absolutely. And I'm looking going, Nikki, is that you? So congratulations, welcome. I'm so happy to have, by connection, a fellow Banning High School. Nikki and I, we were in that drill team together. We had a lot of fun. So welcome, congratulations. You have a great department. And thank you, everybody, for allowing me to give my report. I will report further on the conference at the next meeting. And now, with permission of the board, I'm going to my son's graduation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Malauulu. I'm going to move on to item 3 onwards and then come back to this item for the rest of the Board of Trustees reports, if that's okay with everyone, because we've got quite a bit to cover. Okay, item 3.1, board request to superintendent president, the status updates and additional requests. The recommended action is that we may make recommendations and add additional requests to the superintendent president's report.
2.13, but there are no requests.
It seems that I reordered another agenda item, so we don't have any items, any comments on public comments item on the agenda items. So we will move on to item 3.1. Thank you to my hall monitors on the dais for catching that. Thank you. So is there any motion or second needed for this item 3.1? It's just a discussion. I know there's a discussion / action, which kind of confuses me. We're going to have our council. Mr. Lipton, do we need to have a motion and second to discuss this item? Welcome.
Trustee Zia, there's no motion that's required for the board to discuss the item, but if there are any changes or revisions that would be made, that would be appropriate through a motion.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and start the discussions. We've received the information. Are there any questions, comments, discussions? Trustee Intuk?
No, I think just want to thank Dr. Romali for putting this together. I think it's good that we have a tracking number, kind of a timeline, description. And I think this is, I call it 1.0, I think, our first pass of it. I know we talked about making this a 2-year time frame, even though the header is 18, 19. I don't know if we make it 18, 20
Yes,
in a future
you're
iteration.
absolutely right. We will, as we start getting into that year here in the next month or so, you'll see this show up as a 2-year as we add things on to. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that question.
And I guess one thing I wanted to just ask, I know sometimes things come back to the board that are requested, but sometimes, I don't know, there's been 2 or 3 times things have come and there was no follow-up between the request and the agendizing of it, and it kind of, I've been caught off guard until it gets posted publicly that, there's a draft version. I don't know if there's a way that we can at least check in with people, whoever is the maker of the motions or requests.
Say that again. I'm not quite following what you're asking.
A check-in after the, so, you know, this is a summary of items that are requested by the board and voted on by the board of future agenda items. But sometimes something will get posted to the agenda without any, no input. I mean, an example I give you is the preferred name policy. The first time it came, I requested it, didn't have any chance to give input before it got agendized, and then we continued it, made amendments, and brought it back. But there's just, I think, especially if someone's going to make a motion or we're going to itemize things, the one or two people should have some input before it actually shows up on the agenda.
Well, can we do that? Our council is here, given that we're governed by the by the Brown Act. The question is, can we bring it before it gets publicized to multiple trustees?
No, I understand the question of Trustee Ntuk, and what I understand you're asking is if a particular trustee has requested an agenda item, that they would get advance notice prior to actually being posted on the agenda so they can have input on the language or wording of it. And yes, that certainly could be possible, and that probably the best mechanism to do that is by incorporating that procedure in the board policy regarding agendas itself. That would be one way to do that, but yes, certainly that would be an appropriate process and could be implemented if the board were in favor of that.
Thanks.
So let me just make sure that what you're asking, Trustee Ntuk, is that whoever makes the motion, they will be afforded the opportunity before it's publicized to look at it. Correct?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
And multiple trustees, or just the maker of the motion, of the person requesting it, before it gets sunshined, right?
So an example is we have an item, say we want to make a policy we vote on tonight, say we want to add a future agenda item to change the chairs from red to blue. And we all vote and say, yes, we want to do that. And before it shows up on next month's agenda, well, you know, you have some type of conversation. Well, was it teal blue or light blue or dark blue? Before you come back and say, okay, we've decided it's going to be dark blue. You know, just so some engagement with either the first or second person who makes the motion or asks for the requests. So that way there's some input before something pops up and it doesn't actually meet the expectations of that board member. And I understand the Brown Act of if two people, or I guess if three people, you know, a secret or, you know, a meeting happens or serial meeting happens where you have three people, but if the staff and that member or two people talk, that's not a serial meeting if you have a first and second.
Yeah, no, that's a valid point. Yeah, I just wanted to understand what you're requesting, so.
Yeah, I think it's a
that's
very interesting
possible.
idea. I really appreciate you bringing that forward, Trustee Ntuk. You've been super helpful to me in terms of fleshing out what this document should look like, and I'm very eager to make it look exactly the way you want. So we will definitely, you know, fine tune it as to your pleasures. So we can absolutely add that to or look to add that to the board administrative procedure and board policy, and I can flesh that out and get that back to you guys as to what that might look like administratively.
And I guess final question, do we ultimately, it doesn't appear that we have, well, I guess we just have the policy on the agenda, but is there something that we want to do more substantial legislative process, delineation? Because it's kind of been an ad hoc effort as we've been going along, and I don't know if it needs a full policy, you know, amendment to put into the agenda that you follow up with the maker of motions afterwards, or.
I think, Mr. Lipton, I think I heard you say that one way we could accommodate the request was to memorialize it within the policy. Is that what you're asking? To actually put it in the policy on agenda so that it is memorialized?
That's what I was suggesting as one way to memorialize it and make it clear that that's the regular process. Of course, it could also be handled informally if that were the preference. If there's a request, though, to modify the board policy accordingly, may I suggest it may be appropriate to make a motion for that item to appear on a future agenda, and that type of a motion can be done at any time, even without it being on the agenda.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions, comments, trustee? Okay, I just wanted to thank you for putting timelines in here and priorities. I don't see any, I mean, I see a lot of them that are complete, but I just think this is fantastic. It gives it structure, and it also appeases the board on ticking and tying on the timelines and the progress update. So thank you for that. I don't believe we need to take a vote.
I apologize. Could I just add one more item? I wanted to thank the board and really congratulate you. There's been some tremendous work done on here, and these were your ideas. So I want you to be proud of it. Shout it from the rooftops. Go to your constituencies and really shout it proud that you did all this. Congratulations.
Thank you, Superintendent President Dr. Romali, for
Trustee
executing
Zia?
the ideas that we have. Yes, Trustee Baxter.
Well, I just wanted to salute President Romali because you did all the work, or somebody, you supervised all the work that was put into that report, and it's extensive and very, very impressive.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Baxter, and I echo that. We will now move on to item 3.2. I don't believe there's a action needed on the 3.1, Madam Secretary, so I think we're good on that. 3.1 is the Bus Pass pilot program. This is a recommended action that we may take and add additional requests for the Superintendent President, Vice President Drinkwine, and Vice Presidents Drinkwine and Munez will present the PowerPoint to update the board on the status of the bus pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, President Zia, trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Romali. We are really excited to bring you what we're calling our fully packaged Bus Pass pilot program. And I think the first most important step we took to really solidify what this looks like is to broaden the team we're working on. And so I partnered with Dr. Munoz to make sure that this pilot addresses the students' needs and the operations and the administration that he would need to provide. So I think the first step in really making this a real-life launchable pilot was to expand the team. We're going to go through the Bus Pass pilot program, a little bit about what did we do to get here, and then the most exciting part, which will be what is it. So we looked at what we provided to our students. The first thing we have, and I think one of the most well-known services we provide, is the Viking Voyager shuttle. This program provides free transportation to all students between the LAC and the PCC free of cost. You simply need to show your student ID card. This costs the district about $370,000 a year, and it's funded through parking permits, ASB, and student equity. I'll note that it does provide 40,000 rides each semester. In addition to that program, we have purchased passes on a limited basis for specific programs, depending on the available funding. So for instance, in 2017-18, equity funds were used to provide about 300 passes per semester. And then in 18-19, the current year, we dedicated College Promise dollars to that. In both cases, students had to meet eligibility requirements specific to the program that provided the funding. And I apologize, I was supposed to allow Dr. Munoz to present that slide because it is his program that provided it. So before I move on, I want to make sure that I adequately represented exactly what his fabulous team does. Only because he's explained it to me a lot of times. So what are other options currently available to Long Beach City College students? With Long Beach Transit, they are eligible to purchase a student monthly pass at a cost of $40 per month, $320 per year for 8 months. That represents both the fall and the spring semesters. It is a discount over the regular pass through transit. I will say that there is an extensive process that a student has to go through in order to get the pass. It's not simply as easy as paying your $40. From beginning to end, it can be a few weeks. That alone can present a challenge, an obstacle that is not easy to overcome. So when we looked at our needs, we realized that with only providing 300 students with bus passes, that represents just a small fraction of our student body. But the Viking Shuttle, however successful it is, only provides transportation between the campuses. And that students who do buy a bus pass do spend $40 a month, and again, it can be a barrier to acquiring a bus pass, just that process. So how did we go through this? I think you all can remember that the last 2 board meetings we've presented you with the status on that process. And what we really wanted to do was analyze the programs that other institutions offer. What are the different types of models? We wanted to look at the student data we had for our students, knowing that no one model fits everybody. And we met several times with Long Beach Transit. We wanted to ensure that if we were providing transit passes, that transit was ready to accommodate the number of increased in students taking those buses. So we provided them with the specific routes that we think would be affected, and they've done their job in going back to ensure that they have capacity. We've also developed partnerships with Cal State Long Beach as well as Long Beach Unified. Those institutions are also big purchasers of Long Beach Transit. And with that commonality, almost as an extension of the college promise, we identified there might be solutions there for future enhancements. We did a survey of Long Beach City College students, and we'll be going over some of the findings from that survey. And we're really excited that Long Beach Transit volunteered to hold a student focus group. So on May 23rd, they're hoping to have a significant number of students participate. They are bribing them with pizza. So hopefully they'll come and really have a rigorous discussion about student transportation needs and how Long Beach Transit is or isn't meeting those needs. So we'll talk about the student survey results in a moment, but we were really excited to see the number of responses. We received 2,406 responses within about a 2-week period. We outreached in several different methods, and we did provide 2 $50 Barnes & Noble gift cards to our student store as a raffle for those who chose to respond. I will say that I believe that the survey results are naturally skewed because students who have interest in transportation were more likely to take the survey. So just understanding that as we look at the responses, I think you'll get really excited by what we discovered. This slide shows out of those roughly 2,400 students, what are the methods of transportation? And you can see that above all else, they drive themselves. However, they don't all drive themselves. The next largest group is Long Beach Transit. I will also point out that there is a strong interest in ride-sharing programs. And we have some students getting healthy by walking. This is also a really interesting data point. How often do they ride the bus to campus? So of those students who are taking Long Beach Transit, they are riding a couple of times to daily. They're frequent users. And then of those who are willing to ride the bus, you'll see that they are willing to ride it for extended periods of time. However, we've also heard anecdotally from our students that the longer the ride, the less likely they are to take transit. But several students did indicate that they were willing to ride a bus for an hour or longer than an hour. You can see that our Viking Voyager provides really critical services to students who are enrolled at both campuses. However, the majority of the respondents do not use the Viking Voyager. Again, it's about 40,000 rides per year. But again, we're looking at roughly about 350 to 400 students who use it at some point. And then we thought this was interesting. We wanted to know how our students are getting around town separate from just commuting to our college. This is important because as we look for opportunities to partner with other agencies, we can see that our students do contribute to the economy of our community, that they get around town a lot, and that they do use transit, 587 of them, to get around separate from school attendance.
Thank you. So I'm going to take a moment and share a little bit about what we're proposing to do with our pilot program. As you saw on the previous slide, we were roughly historically serving about 300 students with transportation support with bus passes. And so with our pilot, we felt it was very important to scale up those numbers. And so we'll be expanding the availability of free passes from 300 students to approximately 1,000 students this coming semester. And so the students that we will be targeting are students that we find are most vulnerable and in terms of not being able to get to school and the transportation being a barrier for them. So students who will be eligible will be our our full-time students who are in good standing in the following programs. So we'll be targeting our College Promise students. So all of our students who are first-time, full-time, and enroll at the college for their first semester will be eligible during their first year as part of the AB 19 funds. And so we'll be tapping into those funds to provide that support to the first time in college students. We're also going to be looking at our disproportionately impacted groups, as well as some of our equity groups. And so our DSPS students will be eligible for bus passes, our EOPS students, our foster youth / guardian scholars, as well as our veterans. And so again, we'll be leveraging both of our AB 19 funds, which are California College Promise, as well as our Student Equity and Achievement Program, to be able to, through this pilot phase, to scale up from 300 students to 1,000 students. So by allowing more students to get bus passes, they'll be able to come on campus and access their bus passes through our cashier's office, which will be a much more simpler process. Vice President Drinkwine mentioned the process in order to get the reduced bus pass for the student bus rate is cumbersome for many students and can oftentimes present a barrier. And so this will streamline that process and hopefully remove that barrier for our students. Again, as part of the pilot, we're looking at using some of our one-time restricted funding that I mentioned that will allow us to really implement this and gather more information so that we can come back with a full recommendation for an even greater scaled up model. So I'll cover the first couple. So what's the timeline in terms of how we're going to prepare the launch is beginning in June of this year, we will start notifying students who are eligible. So we're going to do a very aggressive campaign. Some of the questions are like, how are we going to go about doing this? So we're going to work with our amazing marketing team to make sure we do a full press court social media blitz. We're going to do targeted emails. As you know, we're going to be launching the Viking Summer Voyage, where we expect between Viking Summer Voyage as well as our Viking Welcome Days to serve over 2,000 new students in the summer. So we're going to do some real targeted outreach as well as some campus-wide forms of outreach. We're going to post signs in key locations at the start of the semester. We're going to direct students to get ID cards and college service card stickers immediately because that's going to be essential in being able to expedite access to the bus pass pilot program. And so again, that's what we're going to be doing during the months of June and August In the months of August through December during the pilot period, what you're going to see is we're going to really monitor the cost, because the cost is really going to be driven by usage. So in contrast to the previous model, which was just $40 and you get a pass, we're going to really be looking at usage in terms of how our costs are calculated. And so what you can see here is that costs are calculated based on an average of 27 rides per month, and that we will be billed at a rate of 75 cents per ride, which will create an average of $20.25 per month that we're thinking is probably where we're going to fall in line based on a lot of the survey data and other different data sets we were able to pull from. And so again, we'll be reviewing the usage data on a monthly basis and keeping track so that, again, we can really understand how far we can scale the model. During the January of 2020 will really be the evaluations phase of this pilot, where we really move in and do some deep dive, looking at how many students took advantage of the free bus passes, what was the actual cost, were there periods of peak so we can anticipate those periods of peak, how much we can afford in terms of expanding the program to include additional students, like maybe part-time students, how could we improve the program, and then lastly, really understand the student experience and understanding what did the students think. So again, bringing in students for focus groups. Did the new pilot model meet your needs? If so, how? If not, how? And at this point, I think we're open to entertain questions.
Okay. Trustee Zia. Question. When you get
Trustee Baxter?
Yes, hi. First of all, I want to salute you for doing this wonderful venture. Both you vice presidents, but I also want to salute Trustee Tuck, who announced that he was going to do this, and I told him that if he got it through, I'd be nice to him for one day. Maybe I'll start tomorrow. Okay, anyway, this is something that has been in the pipeline for like 5 years, and I'm so impressed that you two were able to get this together. But I have a couple of questions. Do any of the Long Beach Transit routes go from LAC to PCC? So in other words, we can eliminate the expense of the shuttle.
Thank you for that question. We asked exactly that same question. There is a ZAP line, which is a semi-express line between both campuses. However, it does not operate in the evenings, and it does not operate on the weekends. Wow. And what we heard from our student experience is that the shuttle is particularly important in the evenings to ensure a sense of safety and security. We did consider what would happen if we eliminated the shuttle and redirected those revenues. I think the other data point that's important to know is that the shuttle is open to any student. Whether they take it once or whether they take it on a daily basis, and trying to convert that to a monthly bus pass was difficult to anticipate the number of different students. That's not a data set we currently collect. So for the pilot period, we are going to simultaneously run both programs. Since we were able to identify one-time restricted funds to do the pilot, it made sense for us. But that would be a consideration moving forward with the evolution of this plan. Long Beach Transit did say they could increase the capacity of the ZAP line. There is an alternate line. It's not as direct that students could take in the evenings and weekends, but again, it's not the ZAP.
Okay, I knew that. That's why I asked the question. And then another little fly in the ointment was when we used to sell the bus passes, because we did sell them in the cashier's office, they only would offer them the first 10 days of the month. So if you went in there on the 12th, oh, too bad, you can't get a pass. So are these passes going to be available every day in the cashier's office?
So the bus passes will be available at the beginning of the semester. I certainly will take back that comment and determine how long we can continue to put them out there until we hit that 1,000 pass number. And as far as passing along the savings to other students, we are still working that out completely with Long Beach Transit. The intent there is that we would likely have to add a couple of dollars service fee to that $20.25 a month estimate to ensure that it does pay for staff time in case we needed to dedicate it. Sure. That's really one of those really important data sets I'm looking forward to getting out of this pilot program, because I think that would be really robust.
I understand. So will the student have to get a bus pass every month, or will it be a semester bus pass? Because where I'm thinking is we have late starting classes, we have 9-week classes, things like that.
We will structure it so that it can happen every month.
Okay.
The way the plan will work, just so you understand administratively, is that Long Beach Transit will be providing us literally 1,000 cards
Oh, okay.
that we will then attach to a student's account and deliver. But we will be charged only for the specific ridership. So if they go more than that average of 27 per month, it will cost us more. If they go less, it will cost us less.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Basters. Any other trustees? Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation, and I really appreciate the effort. I know this is something that we started last August or July. I think I met with Ken McDonald, the CEO of Long Beach Transit, who expressed interest, but said, "Are we serious?" was his question, and he wanted to see a serious commitment. So, and I've heard nothing but good things back from Long Beach Transit, and appreciate the staff's effort of meeting with them and sharing data. And this is really about developing something that's mutually beneficial. That this should help us with enrollment. This should help us with our Long Beach Transit with ridership. We should be looking for reducing emissions of how many people are getting out of cars and using the bus, or not getting dropped off and taking the bus instead. And really, ultimately, we want the students to be academically successful. I want to say I've had probably 4 or 5 dozen inquiries, and when is it coming, when is it coming, when is it coming? So I know there's demand out there. And I think it's really important how we structure the design, that it's representative. And one thing that gives me concern is the exclusion of part-time students, who are the majority of our students. 60% of our students or more are part-time. And so it would be, if we're going to be incentivizing people to go from part-time to full-time, trying to figure out in this pilot, how do we measure that? So do we offer 20% of the passes to part-time students and see if there's a conversion, or if they say afterwards, now that I have it, I'm more likely to enroll full-time, because we want to make sure that we get an enrollment, we get academic success, we increase our budget from the state. The more students are enrolled full-time, more money we get. And so just making sure we design it the right way. I know I had a question. So we're tripling the amount of passes that are going to be available. And we were talking about additional money, and it was an interesting conversation. I know, Trustee Zia is at the Port, and the Port does a lot of community grants and funding, particularly around emission reductions. And I don't know if there's an opportunity outside of during the pilot period to evaluate additional external funding sources. Do you have any in mind of that nature?
Thank you. We definitely will be pursuing that opportunity with the Port of Long Beach. I think this is an incredible opportunity for many grantors, in that we are serving our disadvantaged students while we are reducing emissions, and it's a fantastic opportunity. And so now that we've been able to fully define what this pilot looks like, we will be pursuing every opportunity to support it.
And then also, I did notice, and I'm trying to get some information, LA Community College just passed a 3-year UPass pilot with a new fee, a student fee that's going towards it. I haven't been able to get, that was just like last week, I saw that they had passed it. Are we going to evaluate? I mean, I know Rio Hondo, I'm not sure about that school, but I heard Rio Hondo has a program like that. But are we looking at the comparisons?
So that is something we're exploring, and we've been in discussion. And as you know, any kind of student referendum would have to happen in 2 parts. In one part, the students would have to essentially pass a student fee, just like LACCD and Rio Hondo students did, and then that fee would have to come before the board for adoption as well. And so I think this year, starting with this news cabinet's retreat, we would probably do a study session with this incoming ASB cabinet to explore whether that's something they want to put forward for at the next election for a student fee. Because again, those student fees have to come from within the student government. If you, as you may or may not know, there's an actual student fee handbook that the Chancellor's Office puts out that talks about the percentage of votes and in order to be able to pass those types of student fees and referendums. So we'll be working very closely with the ASB this coming year, and like I said, bringing that as a study session to explore the student appetite to take on such a fee, which I think many From my own experience working with this ASB, they're very socially conscious, and I can imagine that this would be a topic of interest for them, and so we will be definitely facilitating that with our students to see, again, going back to as we scale up, what we can do to achieve that, as well as to take into account our part-time students.
And then last question, and I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the pilot. What is branding, naming, pilot ideas? Is this going to be the Viking Longhorn Bus Pass program, or any ideas of how to communicate it or brand it?
I would love to get student suggestions for some Viking branding of this pilot program. I think that, well, almost anybody's far more creative than I am, but particularly our student body is.
So that is something I'll take back to Dr. Kirkwood, and so that she can connect with our student government to begin to start to explore recommendations for our pilot branding.
Great. Well, I'd like to make a motion to recommend we move forward with the pilot.
Well,
Second.
can I just ask a question? What's the total fiscal impact of this? Like, I don't want to be doing wrong math.
Thank you. The total impact per semester of providing 1,000 students with this pass, assuming that they do the 27 average bus passes per month, is $150,000 per semester.
So total would be $300,000 per
Correct.
year?
Correct.
And the money comes from where again?
We have some carryover in some restricted programs, so money we didn't fully expend in this year, that the purpose of this program still meets those program requirements, and we're able to use it. And the pilot is a great way to use one-time monies because it is its own package. We will have to decide, and the reason we scaled it to be half, we have about $300,000 available. We'll have to decide shortly before its end whether we'll continue it for the second semester. So we wanted to be sure that we would have the funds available at least to complete this if we are able to move forward, if there's not something we discover that really makes it unworkable.
So you're going to be seeking other funds after the pilot, or that's the intent?
So options that we would be exploring would be potentially student fees, as well as pursuing any of these other grant opportunities.
And then student body, you mentioned that's also an avenue in case we want to pursue a full-scale program, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I believe, yes, Dana.
I just had a couple of really quick questions. First, I'd like to echo the thank you to Trustee Uduak, VP Drinkwine, and VP Munoz for taking this on. Our students really definitely appreciate it. Two really quick questions for you. The first one is, I noticed that you guys, or that you put into the report the numbers as provided by the survey of student riders between campuses on the Viking Voyager. Have you guys also received or looked at any of the numbers that are provided by the service provider, or any numbers being provided? I believe that may give us a more accurate representation of ridership.
So what we have for the shuttle ridership are the numbers we track, which are not student-specific. It's just total number of rides, as well as the student survey. The student survey gave us student-reported data. So it's from those persons who responded to this survey and their best recollection of what they did. Moving forward with the pilot, we are able to get data on ridership from Long Beach Transit. It is what they call masked data, which means we cannot connect it back to a specific student, but we will know what's the average number of rides our students take, when are they traveling, and are they going on routes beyond just back and forth to our campuses. So that's going to be some really important data for us.
All right, and then the second question, thank you. The second question, to go back to the UPass option, I know there was some information that was listed during the last presentation a couple of meetings ago. How does this option compare as far as costs and viability go to the UPass program?
Thank you. The UPass program involves more agencies. It is more expensive. What we really wanted to do is identify how do our students travel. I think one of the slides we showed the very many different ways students get here. And it may be because they don't have access to a bus pass that the transit isn't used more. But before we provided a solution, we wanted to make sure we identified the specific problem. And so starting with transit first, then we'll know information we can expand. I think also that since the Blue Line's currently not operable, it kind of impairs our ability to judge the use of that.
Of course. Thank you.
I have a question.
Trustee Otto?
So I applaud this effort. I, too, have talked to Ken McDonald about this, who I've known for a long, long time. And my wife was the president of his board for 8 years. And what he says is this is a pilot program to find out whether there's a market for this, but that it's dynamic, meaning that as it goes on, it can help create a market, and it will give us information. I share Trustee Untuck's question about whether the limitations on this, meaning that it's not just for full-time students, but for students that fit into a certain kind of category, really is going to give us as much information as we would ultimately need. But because it's a pilot, all information will be helpful, and because it's dynamic, we can just feed into what it is. I hope that there is a market for all the reasons that Trustee Untuck said, and I hope that we can expand this, that it works, first of all, and that we can expand it. And it looks like you've got ways to evaluate the program as you go along, and not after a year, but even on a monthly basis as to how it's doing. So I think that's terrific. We all know that the reason students don't succeed sometimes is not because the tuition's too high or because they don't study, but because they can't get here, or they have family issues that supersede this, and or they have a car breakdown in the middle of the semester. So this is a great start, and I'll look forward to what we find out.
So just to clarify, the motion was to recommend proceeding with the pilot program, is that right?
Yes, and I guess I wanted to clarify, I know there was some input and in the agenda items, including people's recommendations. So I know Trustee Baxter had some ideas to make sure we include. I know I had some ideas to make sure we design it. One amendment, if there's not any objection, we always talk in Long Beach about if Long Beach City College is doing well, then the city of Long Beach is doing well, and that if one is strong and the other is strong. And we've always had in Long Beach this call and repeat of Strong Beach. So I don't know if there's no objection to make the pilot called the Strong Beach bus pilot program. So just to amend my previous motion.
I'm sorry, you want to put that in your motion?
Yes.
To make the pilot program Strong Beach?
Correct.
So you want to rename Long Beach Transit?
No, just a pilot we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, not Long Beach Transit.
Are you okay with that, Trustee Otto, since you were the maker of the second?
That's a friendly amendment.
So the recommendation is to proceed with the pilot program and consider calling it Strong Beach, right? Did I get that right? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
You want to do roll call?
Yeah, and Doug Otto did the second. Okay, great. Let's move on to item 3.3. Did you get that, Madam Secretary? North Long Beach expansion of services. The Board of Trustees may make recommendations and add additional requests to the Superintendent Present. The Vice President Drinkwine has prepared a project status report to update the board. It is in our packet in the board docs. Are there any questions, comments?
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, awesome.
Justin.
Yeah, thank you for this update. And folks who may not have been tracking, we've been doing an ongoing assessment of what services can we provide in North Long Beach, and And our previous reporting, North Long Beach 90805 in particular, is the zip code, the highest need in the city for a community college, where we have the largest gap of AA degree attainment, the highest unemployment, some of the lowest income levels, and looking for ways to make sure we're better serving the community, because it's an opportunity, as we've discussed multiple times, of a win-win, increase enrollment, student success, and change the economic opportunity for the residents most in need in Long Beach. And so this is a good summary of some of the activities that are happening. And also, we've met a couple times with the city of Long Beach about what programming can we repurpose and put in North Long Beach. And so it's good to see that there's some opportunities with Small Business Development Center, adult education, along with some workforce development opportunities. We did a North Long Beach assessment about 6 years ago now, where there was an overwhelming request from the community for job training, for language classes, and access to higher education. We have a lot of first-generation students who don't have family members that have gone through a traditional four-year college attainment. So this update really starts to address the community need of what programming can we put there. And then we've been talking of, these are already services we're offering, and so it's not incurring additional cost at this time, but it's also something that we can do in the short term to have some immediate impact on, we're calling phase one. We've already started that with the early college initiative that's at Jordan High School for the first time in maybe a decade, I don't know, maybe longer, that we're offering classes on campus at a Long Beach Unified site, so that students don't have to worry about overcoming travel to campus, but we're having the opportunity there. I know that also has the update about offering classes at the Michelle Obama Library as the next step, which is one of the most recent public investments, and there's really been about $1 billion in public investment in North Long Beach in the last 4 years. The Jordan High School total remodel that's happening, the Houghton Park Community Center that's being built, and then the Michelle Obama Library that was built about 2 years ago, right all along the Atlantic Corridor, which we've been talking about as an education corridor, because we also have the highest number of youth in the city are 90805. So you think about the next generation and making sure that they're equipped with opportunities to participate in the economy. It's really about making sure that we're working strategically in a partnership, that we're all using our public dollars, whether the city, the school district, or the community college in partnership. So thank you for this update.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you to staff. We'll now move on to item 3.4. Excuse me. This is the Students with Housing and Food Insecurities update. Looks like there's a page missing from my packet, Secretary. Han, this is a discussion action that the Board of Trustees may take recommendations and add additional requests to the Superintendent President. Are there any questions, comments on this update? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Trustee Baxter, did you want to ask any questions?
I'm not sure, because on the board it says we're on 3.5, but you're talking about 3.4, right?
We're at 3.4. Yeah. It's just an error.
Okay.
Mhm.
No, the only comment I would like to make is this is a step in the right direction, and I'm very happy.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. I applaud staff for putting this together. I do think it's important. I had a question on this that was answered, and in the report it says that we're going to get a proposal from Dr. Crutchfield, and it's my understanding that we're getting that proposal on June 1st. Okay, and the proposal, if you can just summarize what the seminal points are from the report for the benefits of the public, and what we're expecting, what the next steps are, that would be fantastic.
Thank you. Again, this project really started to move forward when we entered into a partnership with Dr. Munoz. That the charge given to us was to better serve our students with housing and food insecurities. And as we started looking at this project, we realized that largely those students are self-reported, and we couldn't definitively identify all the students or where on the spectrum of housing and food insecurities they lie, and the services that they need really vary greatly. And Dr. Munoz was able to identify funding to support the creation of a categorical program manager. And I'd like to let him describe a little bit more about what that looks like and how it will increase services.
Thank you. So as we went through our planning process this year, and we were looking at, as you probably remember, the state consolidated student equity, student support services program, and basic skills into a new categorical block grant called Student Equity Achievement Program. So as we went through our planning process and really began to identify, and as I worked through my VEP plan and began to identify some of the priorities, as you know, food, housing, insecurities came to the forefront. And so we prioritized some funds to hire a program manager full-time who will be dedicated to leading efforts around food and housing insecurities, as well as supports for homeless students. As you know, many of these efforts are important, and the college has been committed to them, but we've been tasking existing staff to take on additional responsibilities, and so that creates limitations at times. So the creation of this position will really show the commitment of prioritizing this work and effort and making sure that our students are fully supported. So some of the key essential duties are looking at the expansion of the Viking Vault. So as you know, the Viking Vault currently is limited in hours of operations and scope. So being able to look at how do we begin to scale up. So we've been doing a lot of great things, but in these kind of micro efforts, right? And so how do we begin to scale them up? And so that's going to be a key piece. Also, the idea of building student resource guides for different populations that are robust and up to date, building networks and expanding our networks and partnerships with community resources and agencies. And so much of that work that requires, I think, full-time attention, we're going to be able to begin to start to expand those efforts. I think there's a strong commitment, and we recognize that we need to scale up. And this is also in par with what you see at many sister colleges in the region. Mount SAC just hired a director focusing on homelessness and food, housing, and securities through student equity. Other colleges are doing similar things. So it also keeps us kind of in par with what we're seeing happening regionally as well.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. This has been a critical initiative that Trustee Baxter and I have talked about and repeatedly really worked on for the past 4 years before it was even an issue nationwide and gained traction. So I want to just thank her and her commitment to this cause. I also wanted to thank you and Dr. Romali and your incredible team. This is a big deal. I mean, to have someone, it's essentially what you're suggesting is we have funds that we're going to dedicate for someone who's going to be centralized as a program manager, where students know where to go, they're going to have access to resources, they're going to be able to have a focal point, and I applaud you. I mean, this is something that it takes leadership, and you have demonstrated incredible amount of acumen in that regard. I also want to mention that the Board of Supervisors at the county, Los Angeles County Supervisor's office, this is something I worked with Supervisor Hahn, that to dedicate from Measure H and Measure in your report, set-asides for community college students, and they did not know about this issue until her and I talked about it, and she took on that leadership and made the motion. And as of late, we have a what they're calling a peer navigator, which is a trained person, and it started with the conversations at Long Beach City College, and our very own Tamara Lincoln has been selected to be the student liaison that is going to be trained by the county supervisorial's office and their intermediaries to have access for our students to their plethora and their incredible amount of resources. So that is in addition to what you're doing. It may be prudent for this program manager to perhaps link up with that aspect as well. And as a result of what we did at Long Beach Community College District, the Board of Supervisors just recently passed a motion to model it and replicate it for all community colleges. So we were used as a model, and I wanted to commend the great work of our team here. And with that, I just want you to know, I'd like to ask the board to provide formal support for your efforts, and would like to entertain a motion to proceed forward with the recommendations that you're bringing forward, and really give it support that we're going to pursue the work that you're doing in this regard. So is there
So move.
all right, seconded by Trustee Ntuk. Trustee Otto, do you have questions, comments?
Yeah, I mean, I really think this is premature. I support this idea, but we're about to get a study from somebody that is very qualified, apparently, from Cal State Long Beach, Ms. Critchfield, and it's like a vote of affirmation. We don't need that. We're fine. Get us a formal proposal about what's going to happen, how it's going to go, and then I would be willing to consider it. But this sort of, oh, we like this idea, I don't think that's appropriate, especially at this time, for this and maybe for other topics as well.
Trustee Zia? Trustee Otto, I appreciate your comments, but just a couple of things. This has been going on for a long time, for over 4 years. I gave a presentation 4 years ago to American Association of University Women. Cal State Long Beach spoke, our group spoke. They have had a full-time director on homelessness at the dean level, and I don't know where this is going to place, but at Cal State Long Beach. And we have a person whose part of their assignment is homelessness, but she has many other jobs. That's number one. Number two, I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Hold on, I gotta put my glasses on. Oh, the resource guide that was distributed several months ago, that is a copy of what the City of Long Beach does. It did not include showers at Long Beach City College, which we offer at both campuses. It didn't include the Viking Vault. It didn't include the things that are right here on our campus, yet it was produced by our campus. And I should have spoken up sooner, and I'm getting emotional and I don't mean to, but to me, it appears to me that we need somebody with a broad perspective. And Trustee Otto, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like if we wait till after the study is done, I don't know how long it'll take. I have no idea how long the RFP will take, but it's just more delaying what I feel is something that's very, very important right now. My personal opinion.
Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions. I know we've said in the past we think 6% of our students are homeless. I've heard also 10% of our students could potentially be homeless. I know there was a statewide study done with the College Hope Center that found that up to 19% of students statewide in community colleges are homeless or housing insecure, which means they may sleep in their car, they may sleep at a friend's couch or a family member, or may sleep on the street. And so one question I have, how do we measure or make our estimation, I guess, of our housing or housing insecure? And are we going off a state definition or a chancellor's office definition or the city's homeless definition? Because I know there's different state and federal quantifications of how you say someone is homeless, and I do have a few more questions. Do you want to take that one? Or do you?
If I can just respond, the Long Beach Unified School District actually tracks homelessness because they are able to get that information. In the Long Beach Unified School District, there are 5,600 homeless students. And part of Trustee Zia's and I plan is to somehow incorporate the Long Beach College Promise with those homeless students. In other words, saying, come to Long Beach City College, we will help you as you've been helped through high school. So that's kind of, part of what we're envisioning. Am I not okay with that? Okay.
Vice President Drinkwine, did you want to also respond to Trustee?
Thank you.
Andrews?
We use the averages that are out there. So you've mentioned that 6%. That's the number that we use often. The difficulty is that it's a self-reported status, and that many of our students who we would consider to be homeless, they may not consider themselves to be homeless. For instance, if they were sleeping in a converted garage, or had periods where they were couch surfing for a while and then landed with a permanent room for a while and then couch surfing. So homelessness is something you can fall in and out of, and how somebody defines it themselves is not the same as how we define it. That is part of the reason we wanted to have the study done by an expert in the field who can identify that range of homelessness. For instance, I understand that with the veterans, there's a very specific way they look at homelessness, particularly after they return to civilian life. At the same time, Dr. Munoz's concept is fantastic, because we do know we have homeless students and provides those services immediately, but the identification is difficult.
Yes, in
And then, oh, go ahead.
In 2015, a study was conducted by our Institutional Effectiveness Office that showed that 1 out of 6 students at LBCC was homeless. Now, again, you're dealing with the self-reporting issue, but that gives us some indication.
And just to add, Vice President Drinkwine and myself have been meeting, and we'll be working with institutional effectiveness to find ways in which we can capture that census information. Other examples that I've seen other schools use is a pre-registration survey. So at the start of every term, before you go and register, you're kind of redirected to a survey where you capture some data. Whether we do something like that or explore other options, there are mechanisms in which you can capture better data. And so again, we'll be working very closely with Dean Van Wilkenberg to really design not only the right types of questions to ask so that they're not overly intrusive and maybe make someone feel uncomfortable, but also how we collect the data so that we have the closest to a census as possible.
Great. And then, this is I still have the floor. I know like Long Beach State has an app that will notify students that there's an overload of food in, building C, there was some pantry. How do we measure our usage of our on-campus food services? Do we do it by tonnage, about some standard of measure of plates served a day, a number of students who come in? Do we have a tracking system that we're starting to understand
I think you raised some really excellent questions, and so I think that will be part of the design, right, is to be able to start to measure some of those things. I think at the moment, I'm not aware if we are currently doing that with our current food services.
At the 2 nurses' office, they track how many people come in and what they get. So they can provide monthly records of how many students they serve. Now, it might be me going 5 times, so they say 5, because they don't keep track of the student name. They just keep track of a student coming in. But they have provided our committee with those records, so they are keeping track at both the nurses' offices, which is where the nutrition, the granola bars, things like that are being distributed.
Right. A few more things while I have the floor. I think this position should also have somewhat of a legislative role. So interfacing with the county and the Measure H funding, tracking bills in Sacramento. It looks like the parking lot bill is going to come or going to pass. And so, well, it's in committee, hasn't gone to the Senate or been signed by the governor yet, but it looks like it potentially it's going to pass. Being aware of what kind of, the shower issue was mandated from the state. That wasn't our policy here on campus. And so I think it's important that they're participating, especially, Dr. Romali's part of the Everyone In initiative citywide. I know there are discussions about next year a ballot measure around homelessness citywide, and it's important, I think, that we're part of those conversations. I know in our facilities committee meeting that it was itemized in the bond measure language of housing, even though we don't have it in the schedule right now. And making sure that we have someone who's aware and tracking that, I get called the oil czar of LA all the time. And if we can have a housing czar on campus, I think, or insecurity czar is a good thing, because you have one point of contact, someone who has information, who can provide a report, versus divided through two different departments.
Sure.
And this is really a intersectional, interdisciplinary issue. It's campus-wide. You know, you might have an engineering student and an art student that have the same problem, you know, and don't fall under one umbrella. So you want to say, Tom?
I just wanted to let you know, I think what you're describing is really important, and I think we have a template in terms of what we've done with Guardian Scholars and how we've tried to build that full wraparound holistic approach. So I think whatever we design through Dr. Romali's leadership, we will make sure that it takes all of those things into consideration.
And just to be clear, in this report, there's a program manager position. Then also there's this RFP that's coming from Dr. Crutchfield. Right. I was under the impression or in question that there was an RFP, or we were considering an RFP to do evaluation of locations within the city or the service area, or what physical construction options are there. Is that separate from Dr. Crutchfield or part of her?
Thank you. It is separate. Again, we struggled with the identification of the students. It was also important for us to identify of our students with housing insecurities how many units they're enrolled in and how many consecutive semesters they're enrolled in. It was really difficult to tackle the concept of creating a structure when we didn't know who we were creating it for. And this is a really important first step, that once we do receive that proposal, we'll know exactly what Dr. Crutchfield will outline, but we can also and are also going to increase our data collection for those students, and then we can construct a better concept to study the feasibility on. I will also share that we are exploring partnerships with existing communities and are going to be approaching the city of Long Beach perhaps to have some designated spots in some of their facilities. So we're looking at it from a very broad perspective, looking for any solutions we can find.
And one last thing on this new position, just making sure that the community and it's aware of what we're doing. Would love to see a written report back to the Board of Trustees every year, so that way we can track the metrics from year to year and see what progress is happening. But also when people ask us, well, let me share with you our 2019, housing and security report on the campus. So I hope that's something that position can do.
That's a great point. So just to make sure everybody's clear on the motion, the motion is to support the recommendation for the program manager position that you have found money for, and it's been seconded by Trustee Ntuk. And maybe we can add the legislative component to the job description, if that's what I heard correctly, Trustee Ntuk. As part of the position, not that we can dictate to you, this is your realm of operation, it's the operations, but it's something that to consider in the job description. I think it's a very, very prudent point that Trustee Ntuk made, and I love the idea of coming back with reporting, because that'll give us some visibility, and we can not be, it's kind of like a dark box, black box at the moment. It would be great for my edification, for sure. Trustee Ntuk, did you have any question? I'm sorry, Otto. Sorry, I got you two mixed up.
And just to be clear about my objection to this, we have a 2-paragraph document that says students with housing, which is entitled Students with Housing and Food Insecurities Update. It doesn't say anything about establishing programs, who they report to, how much they're going to be paid, and all those kinds of things. I think I said earlier today to this entire board, not right here, that I don't want to run the college. I don't want every little item to come to me to say, what about this? And why don't we support this? Why don't we do this? Bring me something that has substance in it if you want me to vote on it, but don't bring me a paragraph that says this is a great problem, we're going to get a report next month. And I agree it's a great problem. I agree we should do something about it. I agree we are doing something about it. I agree we've been talking about it for 5 years and doing exciting things, but I don't feel comfortable voting on an update to create some program with ill-defined ideas of what the person who would be some kind of project manager would be doing. And now we're adding new things to that on the docket up here. So that's why I'm just saying, I'm not saying no, I'm just saying not yet.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Otto. Call for the vote. All those, I just called the vote, sorry.
Oh, I had to raise my hand before then.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, no problem. I did have a question too of, I know this discussion has been going on for a number of years. I hear from people like, if we want to have something that's official action, we need to bring it up, like Trustee Otto's talking about, as an item to vote on. I don't believe we've taken a policy position as a board or as an institution. And I'm thinking through of the governance process that many times a resolution is a declaration of your position and defines the scope of what we're talking about. And I don't know if that's the right step to do it, but I agree, and just because I feel like I've gotten a lot of criticism about don't talk about things unless we voted at the board, and I'm talking about stuff, but no one's doing, we don't take action until it's directed and voted on at the board. And so I somewhat agree with Trustee Otto, and I also asked the question of where did this come from? Because I support it and think it's within the scope of what we should be doing as board policy, but I don't know the origin story if it exists.
Can I just add that this is exactly like item 3.2, the bus pass pilot program. So essentially it's called discussion action. So we can take, similar to what we took action on, that is what we're doing here. It's taking action to support it essentially. That's really the motion. And I think I've said enough, so if we can.
Sorry, my question was for the administration, but I didn't get an answer.
Yes, I think that's well said. I think everyone had excellent points. For us to continue to look at something very complex, potentially money attached to it, it is helpful for us to get an official policy stance from the board, for you to say, yeah, conceptually, we would like to look in this direction, explore further, or no, we're not. So it helps us continue to decide whether we're going to continue efforts and money expenditures and exploration in that area if we believe that this is generally a policy and temperature that you would like to go. Yeah.
What policy?
All right, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion passes. We will now move on to item 3.5, legal service update. This is an informational item. Vice President Drinkwine has provided this executive summary on the request for qualifications that was provided, and I believe there were also, I failed to mention, staff did a fantastic job of putting together questions and answers about this document, so some of it pertains to this item. Are there anyone who would like to reiterate their questions? Trustee Enter.
Thank you. I really want to thank Dr. Romali for bringing this forward. My understanding, this is first time in many years that we've reopened our legal list, and wanted to ask how many minority-owned and women-owned businesses or law firms are on this recommended list.
President Drinkwine, would you like to address that, please?
Forgive me while I find my correct page. In the supplemental document that we've provided for you, we list each of those firms that submitted a proposal that met our qualifications, and we indicate whether they are MBE or WBE, and that's important for you to know. We, in our outreach purposely reached out to minority and women-owned firms that are that had organizations that represented them to ensure that we could distribute the request for qualifications as broadly as possible. And we wanted to make this list inclusive rather than exclusive. It has grown in length, certainly, from our previous list, and we are just really excited to bring it forward to you.
Great, thank you. So I saw in I think the report back, it looked like there was about 40%.
Correct.
8 out of the 20 that had some type of diversity or diverse background designation. So that's really good to see. And just to clarify, these are all firms that are legitimately qualified, people who went to law school, firms, right?
Absolutely. I have an incredible team under Bob Raposa that really did a thorough review of these responses, and I will say many of them exceeded 50 pages. So it was no small task for the team to review and score all of these. But again, they are all solid firms. They have all served community colleges, and we are excited to have them on our roster.
Great. Last question. What is the next steps and kind of timeline that we can expect after we adopt this list?
So legal firm contracts are a little bit unique in that different departments within the district utilize different firms. An example would be perhaps HR would use a firm for employment-related issues. Contracts would use a firm for contract related issues. And so each of those departments have their own budget for legal fees. And so at the beginning of the year, they open blanket purchase orders with those firms. So you will see them come through as POs on our master PO list, and the POs contain the agreement with them per the stated fees per hour that was in their response. It's only if we have an agreement with a firm that exceeds a certain dollar amount that you may or may not see it in a contract, but those will follow through as we enter into the new fiscal year and as people establish those with their new fiscal year's budget.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, we're going to now move on to item 3.6, safety report. No, that was information. Item 3.6, safety report. This is a report that Vice President Marlene Drinkwine will present on the Pacific Coast Campus incident that occurred on May 1st, 2019. We have gotten the incident report. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, we will move on to item 4.1. Revised board policy and administrative regulation for board travel. This item is, my recommendation is to pull it to...
I was just going to say that, Trustee Z, if we could table it or pull it.
Is that... I don't think we need...
Yeah.
A
I would
motion,
second.
you want a motion to
Trustee
continue?
Baxter.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we will move on to item 4.
President Zia, I apologize. Was there a preference for which date you'd like to bring it back or hold at the moment?
No, let's just, in the future, depending on what we have. So item 4.2, this is, again, revised board policy and administrative regulation on student member of the board. This is first reading of the revised board policy 2005, student member of the Board of Trustees, and revised administrative regulation 2005, student member of the Board of Trustees. This has been submitted for first reading. The changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and align with current practice. Are there any questions, comments before I move on?
So, first, I would like to thank President Romali for moving this forward and getting this on the agenda. I had requested this back in March, And I do like the fact that the recommended changes are still here as recommended. Hopefully the board feels fit to pass this. I do have a minor recommendation for the administrative regulation as far as the updated language there. In 2005.2, the change language, I believe this should include some wording to make sure that it's clear that the student member may make and second motions on all matters that come before the board, with the exclusion of personnel matters, as reflected in the board policy.
And labor relations.
Correct.
Okay, so I can't seem to recall, and perhaps our council can opine, whether or not we can make changes to the administrative regulations. It's my understanding that we can, because isn't that what we did last time? Or do we need a motion to do that?
Can what?
Change the question is, the amendment proposal is on the administrative regulation, not on the policy.
Right.
That Donnell is requesting.
So,
The question is, do we need a motion for administrative regulations, because we're not doing it on a policy?
Point of order, the subject is listed as revised board policy and administrative regulation 2005, and we were provided with both the proposed administrative regulation and the policy, and it was the second. For some reason, the policy was the second document, not the first, and usually the regulations, tell you how you implement the policy. And so in the policy, in paragraph, the second substantive paragraph, it says, the student member may make and second motions and may cast an advisory vote on all matters before the board, except on motions related to personnel and labor relations.
Right.
And the last sentence of that paragraph also says the student member shall not attend closed sessions of the board nor receive any closed session materials, and I think that probably ought to be reflected in the regulation as well. I don't know that it is.
Okay, so
Wanted
what
to
you're
make sure
saying
that- I'm
is we should just, it should take, I mean, it's already captured in the policy, so I guess it's already laid out.
Okay.
So what kind of change are we making if it's already expressly stated?
So the only recommendation I was making was that the language in the regulation match that of the policy, just for clarity.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think we need a motion or a second. This is a ministerial change in my viewpoint, but I don't know. I'm not a legal expert. I don't think we need to be, but is the board okay with this change? I think it's
Fine.
okay.
Keep moving.
Trustee Antic.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify what I saw as the three substantial changes and make sure it matches what Trustee Jones was seeking. One, it clearly itemizes that a student trustee can make or second a motion, which we've had unclarity on in the past. Two, now the student advisory vote will be first before any of the rest of the votes, so that we do know what the student position is before we take our votes. And then third, it does amend it to, before it was a shall, the student trustee shall be the only method of communication for students to the board of trustees, and it switches it to a may, so that there's other avenues like Paulo or other, students don't feel they're constricted. They have to go to the one student trustee to talk to us, that they could come through other avenues. And I just wanted to clarify that those, from your request maybe 2 or 3 months ago, that those changes match up with what you were seeking.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to item 4.3. This is the revised board policy and administrative regulation, Board of Trustees Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice. It is a, excuse me, I'm not finished reading the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised board policy and administrative regulation 2014. Board of Trustees Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice is submitted. Both the board policy 2014 and Administrative Regulation 2014 have been revised and were submitted for first reading at the Board of Trustees meeting on April 24, 2019, are now presented for approval. The changes include those discussed at the Board of Trustees meeting on April 24th and are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and align with current practice. This is a action item, I believe. So I would need a motion and a second before we can get into.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. Trustee Otto?
Sure.
Sorry.
So, as we did with amending the minutes of the last meeting to reflect the actual language, I would suggest that section 2014.8, entitled Unethical Behavior, subdivision C, be made consonant with the language that we adopted for what the actual motion was at the last meeting, and that was that it would say the president of the board and/or the superintendent president shall confidentially advise all of the trustees of the alleged violation against another board member and make available to the board a written copy of the complaint, if any is filed.
Did you have a question? Yeah, it's added to the motion.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, it's already there.
All those in favor?
Oh, can I ask
Aye.
a question? I'm sorry. I lost the place.
I know, it's here,
We're
you
on
could use a print,
4.3.
you could use my print version, it's easier. 4.3.
Which is, the amendment is,
If you read over there, it's over.
yeah, but it goes where? Because I'm opening the document on the
Yeah, it goes in
online there, and it doesn't.
2014.8, subdivision C. That's where it goes.
Yeah, I don't have that document, or it's not coming up on my computer screen.
Can we just trust that Trustee Otto has,
I guess
got
whatever's
the
in
right
board
place.
docs doesn't match in this item.
yeah,
Okay.
so that's gonna expand.
So what's on board docs is a truncated version?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I couldn't find part C. Okay. All right, that's fine. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Item 4.4, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 2017, Board Education. This is a recommended action that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 2017, Board Education as submitted. Both have been revised and were submitted for first reading at our meeting on April 24th, 2019, and are now presented for approval. The changes include those discussed at the Board of Trustees at that meeting of April 24th, and it's as a result of our ongoing practice to ensure compliance with legal code and align with current practice. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments?
I have one comment.
Trustee Otto?
Yeah. This has to do with, this is the board policy itself, when we list all the things that board members should be concerned with in continuing education. And it talks about, this is in that big second paragraph, it says that enhance the board members' knowledge of community college governance, finance, accreditation, student success, higher education, leadership, and policy in accordance with Board Policy 2001. You know, one of the things that the board does that nobody else really does, and we're taught to do it, and it's in all the manuals, is we are advocates not only for Long Beach Community College District, but for community college education in general. And so, until I read the words, or the numbers 2001, I thought we should add the word advocacy there, because it really is different than anybody else. But that may not be what's in Board Policy 2001. So, help? Look at the guy we pay the big bucks. What do you think, Jack? I don't know, I don't have all the board policies here, but if it doesn't appear in 2001, maybe we should just pass it the way it is now, and if we want to amend it and to add it, we'd have to change the board policy as well. Do you have all the policies?
So, and 2001 is actually is on the agenda, but was deferred.
The 2001 is the one we just pulled to travel.
Oh,
What, 2000 Board of Trustees?
yes.
2001 travel is on the. Too smart. What was deferred.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. It refers to travel. Well, that's how we do it, not as opposed to this, which is, I mean, we could add it here,
So
I think.
travel is how we do it, and also the amount of compensation,
Yeah, you're right.
the budget that is formulated for board travel.
Sure.
Thanks. That's a good point.
So could we add the word advocacy in an appropriate place in the sentence that I read? That's my
I don't
recommendation.
see a problem with that. I think that's a friendly amendment if it's the desire of the maker of the motion, and the second, I think that we can add that. Okay.
I would recommend that after the word student success, we put the word advocacy.
That's fine. Jack, did you want to add anything?
Just following up on Trustee Otto's comment, perhaps it would be even clearer if it said something along the lines of advocacy for the community college system or advocacy for community college education, so it's more specifically what you're geared toward.
Advocacy for self.
And the Long Beach Community College District as well, our place in that.
Advocacy, that's paramount. So it will be advocacy for Long Beach Community College District and the community college system. Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I do as well. Now I'm thinking,
Trustee
and
Ntuk.
thank you for recognizing me. Looking at it, does by referencing only Board Policy 2001 limit the scope of training or is it? I mean, I too miss the connection there to the board travel, but it's, trustee education doesn't necessarily require travel.
No, it doesn't. We just have to, when we do these things, we have to do it in accordance with our policy 2001, which concerns travel.
Okay.
So we just have to follow it.
Okay, but it's not limited by.
No.
Okay. That was my question. Okay, great.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we will now move on to item 4.5, Revised Board Policy 2019, Delegation of Authority to Superintendent President. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Revised Board Policy 2019, Delegation of Authority to Superintendent President as submitted. The revised board policy was submitted for first reading at the Board of Trustees meeting at April 24th, 2019, and is now presented for approval. Again, these changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and align with current practice. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 4.6, Revised Board Policy 2021, Evaluation of Superintendent President. This is an action that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Revised Board Policy 2021, Evaluation of Superintendent President submitted. This was submitted for the first reading at our April 24, 2019 meeting, and is now presented for approval to make sure we're ensuring compliance with legal code and aligning with the current practices. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Otto, seconded by trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. 4.7, revised board policy, board member compensation. This is the first reading. The revised board policy is submitted for first reading. The changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and align with current practices. Are there any questions?
I do.
Trustee Antug?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Dr. Romali, my understanding there was two conflicting statements on what's possible with this policy, that we may be bound by the 5% compensation increase versus the board can take action and just change the number for the student trustee.
Yes.
Can you give some background on that?
Yes. We did, as we do with all policies, send these out for legal review, and we do have conflicting legal opinions. We have one legal opinion that says that if the student trustee makes $100 per month, that Title V says we can only raise that 5%, which would make it $105. We also have a legal opinion presented by Mr. Lipton, and we would enjoy very much hearing your take that is different than that. And I will, with your pleasure, allow him to say that in his own words and explain that for us.
That's fine.
Thank you. I was asked the question of whether it was legally possible for the board to increase the compensation of the student trustee, which is currently $100 a month, to an amount in excess of 5%. And in my view, the answer is clear, that pursuant to Education Code 72024, subsection E, that provides a 5% limitation on increases of trustee compensation, but that statute expressly is applicable only to increases beyond the statutory limit of $400. So because the student trustee's compensation is currently less than $400, the 5% limitation is not applicable in this case, although the last paragraph of Board Policy 2027, frankly, is not entirely clear on that point. So if the board were to increase the compensation to something greater than $105 a month, then the last paragraph would have to be clarified to correspond with state law, which is that the amount is not to exceed 5% beyond the statutory limit.
So question.
Trustee Antug.
So it's, the statutory limit is what the law says, which is different than what our policy says. So if we increase the student trustee funding to $300 a month, we wouldn't be over the statutory limit, and we wouldn't be subject to a potential rejection referendum by voters in the district.
That's correct. In your example, Trustee Antug, if the board were to increase the compensation of the student trustee to $300, that's still less than the $400 statutory limitation, so the rejection by referendum would not apply and would not even be a possibility.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay.
Can I make a suggested change, since we got some clarity? Can we just, when it comes back, make it receive 75% of a trustee amount, so it'll be $300 a month versus the 105?
Well, we'll have to vote as a board, and this is a first reading, which we adopted last time around. I was suggesting $200, and you guys voted it down to $105. So now you want to go back and you want to change it to $300?
Yeah.
So you want to bring this back. How would we go about doing that? Would we have to come back as an action and discussion? Since we've already had that happen, this is the first reading, do we have to redo this?
I believe that for the last meeting, there would be a motion to amend the policy to the amount as motioned by Trustee Antug and then voted on by the board.
We can make that vote right now.
Yeah, we can make, because I don't, it says first reading, it doesn't say action, so that's where I'm confused. Jack, can we make a motion to amend what's in here right now? Because the other legal opinion we got was conflicting with what we just heard, so we have to weigh in both. The question is, can we make a motion on this to change the dollar value to $300?
I guess the ambiguity in this case is that it's agendized as a first reading
Yeah,
item,
that's what-
which suggests that it's going to come back subsequently. But could I ask the board secretary, when it says first reading on the page I have, is that how it was posted on the legal agenda itself as first reading? And the reason I'm asking the question is, under the Brown Act, if the public has noticed that this is not going to, the board is not going to be taking action on this, but rather it's just pretty much for information on a first reading, then it would not be appropriate and it would violate the Brown Act for the board to take action because it's inconsistent with how it was agendized. On the other hand, the board could make suggested amendments for when it comes back subsequently for approval.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought from a Brown Act standpoint.
Question.
Sure.
Jack, so it would, if we did a motion tonight, it wouldn't be for the first reading, it'd be for the second reading when it comes back, correct? That would not be a Brown Act violation?
Yes, that's right, Trustee Antuk. The board now could suggest amendments, and the amended version would come back to the board at the next board meeting for final approval.
Great. Thanks for that clarification.
And that would be by way of motion in a second, correct?
Yes, Trustee Zia, that's correct. Any suggested amendment would have to be through a motion second and a vote of the board.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion for that?
If we can I'd like to make a motion for the second reading to amend it to say that the student trustee shall receive 75% of the monthly amount paid publicly elected trustees or $300 per month.
Is there a second? Hearing no second.
Excuse me. If I apologize for interrupting, but following up on the point I made earlier, if that's the suggested motion, could I suggest that part of the motion be also to amend the last paragraph, so where it says the board on an annual basis may increase the compensation of board members by an amount not to exceed 5%, to add the words beyond the statutory limits.
Okay.
So then
Is that
the
okay with
policy
you?
will be internally consistent.
Sure.
Ed, okay, so the motion is to increase the compensation by 75% and go beyond the statute with the language you just stated. Is there a second? I didn't hear one. Motion fails. So we will proceed with the suggestion for the second reading. And now we would move on to item 4.8, Health and Welfare Benefits for Members of the Board of Trustees and Personnel Commission per Board Policy 2002. The Board of Trustees may take recommendations and add additional requests to the Superintendent President. We do have the documentation in our file. Is there a motion and a second? Does anyone want to continue this item?
I'd like to request to continue. I know I was talked to Dr. O'Malley about some questions and we didn't have the information.
So is there a motion and a second on this item? Well, what is, whatever motion whoever wants to make, what's the request? The motion is to, would you like to make a motion to continue this, Trustee Antuk, because you have questions?
Yeah, if I could, yes.
Is there a second to continue this item, or is,
It will be, because it's a first reading, right?
this is a discussion on the health and welfare is for members of the Board of Trustees. I don't hear a second. Is there a motion to discuss?
We don't need a motion to discuss.
Yeah, we do. It's an action we're taking on this. It's slash action. We could discuss this. Did you have any?
Yeah, no,
I just want to make sure. Doug, did you have a question? I know you
I was
first.
just going to make a motion to, it's not a, well, it is a board policy, but are we being asked to approve the board policy? It already exists, it looks to me like.
The item is per Board Policy 2002. You're not amending the policy. It's open for discussion.
Right.
Or you can move it, pull it, and until the next meeting.
Yeah,
That
and since
was-
there were a number of questions, we thought that perhaps it should come back with additional analysis.
Well, maybe we could have that discussion here and what those questions are, because it is agendized. If that's the desire of the board, if you'd like to have
Sure,
your questions.
I know, I know I requested this, and
It's your preference if you prefer
we
to
should
move it.
have a little discussion. When I did request it, I had requested for June, and it showed up this month until there was a 72-hour notice that didn't know it was on the coming on the agenda, and I had some questions and conversations that I didn't have. I did submit some questions to Dr. Romali after the board agenda was posted that she was not able to answer. And I know in general, we have been continuing to look for fiscal savings. We're in a constrained budget environment, and figure this is apropos time to review how we're compensating personnel, and look like we have some people that use the policy, we have some people that don't use the policy, and kicking off a conversation about that.
I would support a motion to defer this to July because June is really packed, just because, and also have more ample time to look at this. If that's okay with the rest of the board.
Trustee Zia, I'm going to vote abstain when we get to this, so I don't know that I can make a motion.
Okay. She doesn't know she can make a motion.
I mean, I have no objection to moving it to July.
Yeah. Why don't we move this to July, and then we can have ample time to address any questions that may be.
And a second to pull the item on layover till July.
Yes.
Who is the motion?
The motion is.
I'll make that motion.
And second?
I'll second it
You're not supposed to.
because Trustee Baxter doesn't know. Would you like to second that, Trustee Otto?
To lay it over till July.
To move it to July.
A second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? We will now move on to consent agenda items. I have not received any requests to pull any consent agenda items. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Entuk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Consent agenda passes. Item 6.1, Personnel Commission Annual Budget. This is a concurrence item. It's pursuant to California Education Code 88073. The Personnel Commission prepares an annual budget for its operations and conducts a public hearing on that budget no later than May 30th of each year. The district's Personnel Commission has met these obligations and held the public hearing on Monday, April 22nd, 2019. The Personnel Commission adopted the 2019-2020 proposed budget at the regularly scheduled meeting on May 6th, 2019. The Superintendent President will execute the notification of district intent to concur with or reject the proposed fiscal year 2019-20 Personnel Commission budget form for submittal to the Los Angeles County Office of the Education Division of Business Advisory Services with approval by the district and the county superintendent of schools. The Personnel Commission budget is included in the regular district budget. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there a second to move the budget for Personnel Commission?
Concur. I mean, it's a concurrent.
Concur. Trustee Baxter, would you like to second this item?
Yes.
Are there any
Second.
questions, comments? Yeah.
Well,
Yes, Trustee Baxter.
Well, I'm concerned that the cost of the Personnel Commission has gone up. I'm certainly not against them getting paid what we are getting paid. But I do have concerns about the difference in pay of the director, of clerical. Well, actually, clerical went down 5,000, but the actual, anyway, benefits went up. And that's reflected in the fact that the salaries went up, because that's how they figure out the benefits. Supplies went up to 21,000. Operating went up a whole lot. Yeah.
Trustee Baxter, I believe this question came up in the packet that was submitted earlier, and if there any member of the public would like to have printouts and copies, we do have printouts for you. It's up front. And there has been a spreadsheet that enumerates the difference in the rationale that should address your questions, but staff can certainly respond to your specific concerns or questions.
I could also bring up our Executive Director of Personnel, Carolyn Kretinchuk, to answer this. In particular, this supports the staff that's in the human resource area that is also associated with the Personnel Commission. But she'll be able to provide more detail as you wish.
Good evening. So my name is Carolyn Kuchenchuk. Thank you for having me. So,
Caroline, do you mind speaking up, or is it just me?
Oh, sure. Let me see. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that, and thank you. So when it comes to the director's salary, let me clarify one thing. So I'm the interim executive director, so my salary right now is at step A. So when we budgeted for next fiscal year, we budgeted on the permanent incumbent, who is Kristen Olson, who is at a higher salary. That's why you see that increase. When it comes to the operational budget, it's status quo. We didn't increase anything. And then when it comes to statutory benefits, that's the natural increase. So we reviewed that with Marlene Drinkwine as well. Also, if I may say, the Personnel Commission has taken measures in the past few years. We're very financially responsible and conservative. Last fiscal year, we put $66,000 back into the general funds. For this fiscal year, we're estimated the amount to be $120,000, which is about twice as much.
Maybe I'm not understanding. How did operating go up so much? That wouldn't be the salary, that would be something else.
So the operating budget is actually the same. It's, I think, about $98,000.
If I may answer your question, Dr. Baxter? That the form that LACO provides us to report the Personnel Commission requires us for 2018-19 to reflect actual expenditures or estimated actual expenditures, which is different than the budget. So at the beginning of the year, we have our budget. When we get to this point near the end of the year, we can actually project out if we had any savings or any overspending. And so what you see on item 6.1 for the operating expenses of $58,450, that is actually not reflective of what the adopted budget was for 18-19, which was actually the same as what's reflected in 19-20. What you're seeing under that column for 2018-19 for actual or estimated, they're actually asking us to have our best year-to-date actual expenditure versus the budget. So unfortunately, the form isn't allowing us to compare apples and apples. We have a little bit of an apples and an orange situation.
I have some questions.
Okay, but by this time, right, don't you have to, no more purchase orders can be written after like March 15th, March 30th, something like that. So that should be reflected in the 2018-19 actuals, right? So, and I assume that you also extend out the salaries till June 30, because that's a known commodity, right? So I still don't understand how you could have such a change.
If we look specifically at the operating expenses, the
Uh-huh.
5,000 accounts,
Right.
what typically happens is at the beginning of the year, whether you enter into a contract with a consultant or whether you have a PO, for instance, if we hired a consultant, we might say that on an hourly basis, we project out that this consultant will be paid $50,000, and that's the budget. At the end of the year, that consultant may have provided you with less hours of service, so instead of spending $50,000, you would have $40,000. That $50,000, however, was in the budget, and maybe this year you just had less need of those services, and we roll forward that budget of $50,000. And so when you're looking at this form, you're seeing what the actual expenditure was or is projected to be by the end, which, as you said, we know pretty good right now. The end of the year is fairly close, versus what that budgeted amount is. And that's a natural function of most budgets, that you're going to see a little bit of savings at the end of this year. When you're looking at salaries, if you didn't have it filled, you might have salary savings and other adjustments.
Okay, well, thank you.
That's helpful.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. Hey, Carolyn. So I looked through the commission meetings, and you guys meet twice a month. How much staff time goes into preparing for a meeting?
Well, that depends on the agenda items, right? If we have new classifications, revisions, it really depends. But we can have one meeting that takes maybe 5 to 10 hours to prepare, or more extensive, about 30 hours. It depends on the length of the agenda.
Yeah, I was looking through some of the last couple of meetings. There was a 22-minute meeting, a 24-minute meeting, a 24-minute meeting, a 39-minute meeting. I spent almost a year and a half, 2 years on the commission. Sometimes we had 10-minute meetings, 5-minute meetings. And I know there's areas for efficiency and improvement, but I don't see that reflected in the budget as far as reductions on efficiency. Why would the Personnel Commission meet more than the Board of Trustees?
Oh, so that's an excellent question. Thank you. So when it comes to the Personnel Commission budget, usually it's maintained status quo, right? Because it's a separate body. So technically it hasn't increased, it's remaining the same. So that's why we provide the opportunity to the Board of Trustees as well as the public to share their concerns or input at the hearing. At this hearing, we didn't hear any input, and we are not increasing our budget. So while we're maintaining it the same, we are not spending as much. As I was sharing, we're really conservative financially, and we're planning on putting back into the general funds about $120,000. So it's just maintaining status quo.
I guess the question we've been asking everybody to share the pain and looking for ways to reduce, whether it's not filling positions or limiting travel. And I know there's some salary savings as an interim director versus full-time director. Can you tell us what pains have you encumbered as part of this
Yes,
budget?
I will share that. So we haven't backfilled a human resources technician who has retired since June 2018, as well as an HR manager, and we know that classified recruitments are going full blast, right? So we have individuals working out of class and LTE, so we had cost savings as far as salaries and benefits. When it comes to travels and conferences, we have prioritized those to only local ones, and actually not everyone participates, or we alternate, and we have shown savings every year.
Sorry. Sunny asked me to take over while she was gone, so I'll recognize Jack if you have a comment.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. I was going to remind or advise the board, and I don't know if this has happened already, but the operative provision of the Education Code that deals with the Personnel Commission budget is Education Code 88073. And one of the provisions of that statute is that, quote, the commission shall fully consider the views of the governing board prior to adoption of the proposed budget. So that's a prerequisite, and I'm presuming that's been done, but the trustees would know better than I do. I haven't been to prior board meetings.
Well,
I'm not aware.
yeah, I think that what's going on now, because this is a concurrence finding, is we're providing whatever input we can before they adopt their new budget next September. Is that fair?
We held the public hearing on April 22nd. The Board of Trustees and public were invited on April 9th, if you want to pull up your emails. So, and at that point, we had the district representative as well concurring with our
I'm sorry,
budget.
Caroline, we couldn't hear you.
Oh,
Can you start
sorry.
over again?
Let me start over, no problem. So we held our public hearing on April 22nd. We did our due diligence inviting the public as well as the Board of Trustees on April 9th. That communication went out. We also worked closely with the district representative to see that we were not increasing the budget, but the budget was literally following natural increases when it came to statutory benefits. We were conservative. So at this point, we are beyond the input because we held our public hearing. Now, what the board can do is not concur. It will then go to LACO, where the board members and the commission will be heard, and LACO will decide. But more likely than not, LACO will consider maintaining the budget. Marlene.
Be of a small assistance. When I was with LACO for 20 years, this was one of my functions, was to oversee the adoption of the Personnel Commission budget. The Ed Code is very clear that after the LA County Office of Education would hold their hearing, they would place the prior year budget in place. They don't have the authority to, unless you agree to do something else, that indeed, if you disagree, they will place the prior year budget in place. In total, it would then go back to the Personnel Commission to determine the individual expenditure amounts. But it is unfortunately an EDCO that's very specific and does not leave a lot of room for flexibility.
So, comments from any other trustees at this point?
I'm just not in concurrence. I'd like to see some additional savings. I see anywhere from a 6 to 20% increase from the actuals to the next estimated amount. But I wouldn't support this tonight.
Carolyn, can you tell us, for example, that under operating expenses, the actuals for 2017-18 were $27,450, but you anticipate the actuals, or what you estimate the actuals for this year to be virtually double that, $58,450. Can you tell us why that is?
So I projected those numbers because the savings will be a combination on salaries, benefits, as well as operationals. I don't have specific line items, but for example, we will be saving about $10,000 on professional services, as well as for presenters. Instead of going outside, we're tapping into our internal talents. When it comes to hospitality, we're not providing lunches anymore to our panel members. We're one of the only districts actually not providing any lunches for an 8-hour interview panels, but we want our panel members from LBUSD or any other districts, and they understand. So we are not spending on conferences. We stopped our license with LinkedIn, which saved $8,000. So anywhere we can cut costs, we have, while also maintaining efficiency.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm getting an answer to my question, which is that under the category item 5,000, it says the operating expenses, and this has to do with supplies. This is the section of the report that has to do with that. Supplies and equipment, operating expenses, and then equipment costs. Under operating expenses, it was $27,450. You estimate for last year,
we estimate this year it to be double, and the question is, why does it double?
Okay, so this is what Marlene Drinkwine covered. If you look at the 2017-18 column, it says actual numbers, which means that's what we actually spent.
Right.
Compared to what you see in 18-19 or 19-20 in the operational budget. That's what has been in the budget for years. We just carry it over. We haven't increased the operational budget, which is total $98,325.
But I am confused because it is now, for all intents and purposes, the 1st of June. When does the year end, and how come you don't have a good idea of a better idea of what the way I read the 2018-2019 column is it can be actual or estimated, and what I hear you telling me is that, well, we don't either look at the actual or at the estimated, we just put the same number in every year.
So, because of the LACO form, when we submit for the next fiscal year, so the 18-19 is the current year, right? So when we submit that to LACO, we prefer submitting has been approved and is in the budget, not the actual expenses, because by the time we send this to LACO, we don't have the full numbers, so it would be not actual numbers. So that's why we're trying to compare apples to apples, if I may quote Marlene.
So again, 17-18 shows the actual expenditures. 18-19, the process when we get to year-end close will then examine any remaining balances in open POs or any unspent balances in contracts, and during the course of closing, those revert back into the actual general ending fund balance. And so you will see quite likely decreases in those areas. It's not common to fully expenditure those. And it's just the natural course of how the budget turns into actual expenditures. And so it does appear that there's an increase if we provided you the 2017-18 adopted budget, those numbers would be different. And perhaps that would be helpful to provide you with that as a supplemental document so that you can see that tracking.
And I understand that with regard to the director, that we had a highly paid director who had a law degree and a couple other degrees, and then moved on to another position within the college, and we hired somebody for less money, and therefore there were savings there, but it's hard to see that exactly here. I guess I would ask you, Marlene, with all this experience in the area of concurrence for personnel commissions, is the appropriate thing to do now concur? Because I think I have a better understanding now about it, or create a lot more work for ourselves without a clear understanding of why we're doing that.
If you fail to concur, you can additionally consider this issue. We would inform LACO that you did not concur. LACO may choose, because we do have a dual budget system, to allow us time to evaluate the situation, or they may choose to immediately hold a public hearing. If we have continued non-concurrence before we enact our final budget, they will have to have a hearing. The Ed Code calls for a deadline of May 31st, I believe, or as otherwise agreed. But that can get a little messy. The concept here is that when we adopt our budget as a district,
right,
our unrestricted general fund budget includes this budget. This budget, although the Personnel Commission is a separate body, their expenditures come out of our unrestricted general fund, and so it will be difficult for us to adopt our budget without having this issue resolved, because we will not know what expenditures we are going to be adopting for the Personnel Commission. So again, LACO has a couple of options. They can allow us to continue to consider, or they can do a public hearing immediately. If we continue to not concur, they will have a public hearing. And following the public hearing, they will determine their action as allowed by the Ed Code.
Any other comments?
Thank you, Trustee Otto. Thank you, Trustee Ntuk, and Trustee Baxter. All those in favor of the concurrence? I believe that was the motion.
been made? Mhm.
I guess point of order on to Mr. Lipton. Do we vote on a concurrence? We've never voted on concurrences in the past.
Yes, in my view, the action that the board needs to take is to concur or not to concur, and that should be done by a vote of the board, either way.
Okay, so the motion is to concur, and the second is, it's been seconded. All those in favor of the motion?
Better do a roll call vote.
Okay. Board Secretary?
I don't know.
It's an unacceptable vote.
Yes, no, or abstain, and you can't abstain.
Okay, I'll abstain.
You can't abstain because you don't have a conflict. You don't have a conflict unless you have a conflict.
Nay.
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
No.
Doug Otto,
Concur.
Sunny Zia.
Concur.
Doesn't pass.
Motion fails.
So what do we do? Do we bring it back to where we, because it's,
I think LACO will let us know.
Jack, what is your opinion? It should be.
Recommendation is we all
I'm
cancel
sorry,
all
Trustee
summer.
Otto, did you have any, did you need to say something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Said,
Could you speak to the mic? It's hard to hear.
I think LACO will let us know what we're supposed to do now that we haven't concurred, and they could schedule a hearing at virtually any time. So my recommendation is we just cancel all of our summer vacations and wait for LACO.
Jack, did you want to?
Well, I think
Help
the
us out.
next step is Vice President Drinkwater suggested, and Trustee Otto, that the LA County Office of Education should be advised that the Board of Trustees did not concur in the budget, and that will be taken in consideration by the county superintendent, who has the authority to then schedule a hearing.
Okay, looks, just to clarify, the board secretary brought me a note saying that there's 3 options. One is the governing board concurs with the fiscal year personnel budget. The second option is the board intends to request that the county superintendent of schools reject the personnel commission budget, and that the superintendent or president on behalf of the governing board will be submitting a formal written request to the LA superintendent of schools to reject the budget. That's the second option. The third option is the governing board neither concurs with nor intends to request the county superintendent to reject the personnel budget. So now that we have like on a 2-2 vote, would that qualify under the third option, or is it just that we don't concur because it didn't pass? Here, do you have this, a copy of this?
No, I understand that there's 3 options, but there needs to be a majority vote for one of the 3 options. But the motion that failed was a motion to concur, so the result of that is that the board failed to concur in the action. There could be further motions that the board might want to make to see if that gets a majority vote as well.
Okay, maybe would the board entertain a motion to neither concur with nor reject the budget? Because we have that option, just so we don't have to, unless someone's going to go to the hearing and speak. That way sounds like Trustee Baxter, you don't really know whether to concur or to reject, so that is one of our options.
Here's what bothers me. It's almost like she said, well, look at 98,325, 98,325, it's the same. And it almost looks like, well, we'll just make sure it matches up so that it isn't an increase. I understand that if they have a budget, that doesn't mean they have to spend every dollar that's been appropriated. I understand that. But I also think it sends a message that it's okay to, and I got this fine print thing over here with all the itemization, but I think Trustee Intuck did a brilliant thing by looking at the length of the meetings and questioning, how much time does this take if a meeting is 20 minutes or a meeting is 4 minutes? And so I guess that's, I hate to tell you this, but I wish you hadn't said that, because that really triggered in my mind, my goodness, what are the salaries for? If it only takes a minute, 4-minute meeting, 20-minute meeting, 30-minute meeting.
So this is where I worked on streamlining the communication with not only the union, with the commissioners. They receive the agenda ahead of time, even before it's released. And if they have any questions, any concerns, they can bring that forward so we can streamline that. We were asked to be efficient. So not only we establish a consent agenda, thank you for suggestion back, Uruak, actually. And so we're trying to have more efficient meetings, and people are more encouraged to come and to participate. So that was the goal. So you may see a meeting that takes only 10 minutes, but the staff time, my staff's time, to prepare like all these answers, all these agenda items, yes.
I think the other thing that needs to be considered is the amount of salaries here is not simply just to support a personnel commission meeting. These are the HR staff members, managers, executive directors who handle all the recruitments, who handle all the concerns from the bargaining unit, who handle all the evaluations that happen throughout the year, who handle all the processes that happen on a normal basis 5 days a week, 12 months out of the year, not just for the meetings. The meetings are a big part of our executive director's job, in addition to the executive assistant who supports her. But the rest of the staff that is reflected here is just doing the day in, day out duties, even though part of their cost or all of their cost is assigned under the Personnel Commission budget. I don't know if that assists you.
So you're telling me that they're doing recruitment and all the things that I would think of would come out of HR?
So half of the staff that reports to me is reflected in this budget here, which is probably 90% of their job is just taking care of the human resource function for classified staff, irrespective of what happens in the Personnel Commission. That primarily really is the job of the executive director and the executive assistant. But the manager, the specialists, and again, the position that we did not fill are reflected here because they are assigned to the Personnel Commission, because they are there to support classified staff, which the Personnel Commission has purview over. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. So regardless of how long a budget is, this supports half of the HR staff.
Okay, so then on equipment, you've got equipment is listed twice. Equipment for $21,000 and equipment for $11,000. Now, it can't be more than computers and a Xerox machine, right? For equipment.
So, so that's the chart of accounts. So you're comparing the account 4,000, right? Supplies and equipment compared to the 6,000, right?
No, I'm looking at under 4,000, your proposed budget is 21,000. And then under 6,000, it's 11,325. Then operating expenses, I'd love to know what that is, 65,950. That's the only thing that I question, because I am a frugal person, which most people know, is if indeed, Dr. Duran, what you're saying is it's people doing day-to-day work, why is this being charged to the Personnel Commission?
Because we oversee classified. We are responsible for classified. And because we're a merit district, that's why there's an independent body.
Okay. Well, if Trustee Intuck will change his vote, I'll change my vote. But It just seems, I don't know. I guess I just don't like when just numbers appear to be put down.
Trustee Otto had his hand up first.
And by the way, I think the biggest thing that's coming down the pike for the Personnel Commission is that there is a classified study that's going on now that is going to take a lot of time.
Is that in this budget?
I presume so. It's going on now.
So the staff time that is actually being assigned for it is in this budget.
Okay, see, if somebody had told me that, then that would make perfect sense.
Okay,
Because
so-
I know that's going to be expensive.
So I think what was missed here, maybe I apologize for not doing this, is a little more background information to what these numbers are and narrative as to the specific duties that are covered in these numbers.
Okay. All right, then I'll vote yes.
Go ahead, Trustee Otto.
I'd make a motion for reconsideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, just to make sure, the reconsideration to concur. Right. Trustee Ntuk?
No, I wanted to speak to this. The information we got tonight was more extensive than I ever saw as a personnel commissioner. We
That's
usually
true.
saw this one-page document, and it was very difficult to get any additional information. However, my last meeting there in June of 18, there was the executive director report back on an alternative method for meetings where instead of having to meet twice a month, there is a ratification action process that's adopted widely by other districts. They went through, and I pulled it up here on board docs, of our comparable districts, we're the only one that meets twice a month. And he had in here that it takes about 60 hours of staff time to prepare for each meeting. And that there was, I believe at that time, we talked about 50 to 75,000 in potential cost savings, but that was not advanced. And I don't believe that's changed since then. And
So
which
you're
is leads me to wonder, you know, it looks like anywhere from a 6 to 20% increase, but we have savings on the table that has not been made, which leads me to say, you know, why should I just rubber stamp this budget? And there hasn't been I think the cost cutting that we've asked other agencies and organizations and departments across the campus to make, that's not been made.
Sure. So let me address the first item. As far as meeting frequency, it has been the determination, and the Personnel Commission polled the public, the classified employees, the classified union, if they wanted to reduce the meeting frequency because they heard they represent the classified employees. Everybody said, please maintain status quo. We need our connection to you. We need that, especially with the class and comp study. We need to maintain the 2 meetings a month, which was fine. What was your other question? As far as cost cutting, again, I can't emphasize enough how much the commission has saved over the years. Like last year, $66,000. This year, $120,000 will be put back in the general funds. I don't want to dismiss that because not only the staff is taking actions, but also the commissioners. They're not going to conferences.
Even that $120,000 in saving, how come that's not reflected in the next projection? Even half of that, it goes up.
Well, I understand. Okay, so, and I think that's where the confusion is, because there was a bump in the director's salary. When you look at overall, the budget increased by about $38,000, right? And it was mainly on the director's salary and the statutory benefits. So we're not talking about the operational or commissioner's cost or staff's cost, solely the directors and the statutory benefits. That's what we're talking about tonight.
Okay, trustees, I'd like to just move this agenda along and,
Call for the question.
okay. All those in favor of motion to reconsider?
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes for concurrence. Thank you, trustees. Item 7.1, employment contract with Yvonne Gutierrez, interim dean of. I'm sorry?
Mr. Lipton would make it that's all I'll say.
Did you want to say something?
Trustee Zia, just procedurally, there was a motion to reconsider, which I understand passed, and that means that the question is now reopened, but there wasn't a follow-up motion in that regard. In other words, the motion to reconsider passed, which means now the board is free to reconsider the prior question. That means there can be a subsequent motion
Sure.
on the same issue.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call for a motion on item 6.1 for concurrence. Is there a motion to concur? Moved by Trustee Otto. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Baxter. All those in favor?
Can I say something?
Aye.
I think the message hopefully is clear to the commission that we're looking for additional efficiencies in the budget. And now we know we need to go to this hearing that happens in April to let our opinions be known about what we're looking for as far as the Board of Trustees. And I just would ask if, and I don't recall if there was an email or just because it was Brown Act noticed, I don't recall getting notified about that hearing opportunity, and that next year that'd be sent to the board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Antuk. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those against?
No.
Motion passes. Item 7.1, employment contract with Yvonne Gutierrez, Interim Dean of Enrollment Services. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract for Yvonne Gutierrez, Interim Dean of Enrollment Services, is submitted. The employment contract provides for a term of employment from May 23rd, 2019 to May 22nd, 2020. The contract provides for annual compensation of $163,467 along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Intuk. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Yvonne. Item 7.2, Equal Opportunity Employment Opportunity Fund Multiple Method Allocation Certification Fiscal Year 2018-2019. And it is a action item that the Board of Trustees approve and certify the Equal Employment Fund Multiple Method Allocation Certification Form Fiscal Year 2018-2019 as submitted in the fall of 2015. The statewide EEO and a Diversity Advisory Committee identified 9 best practice areas for success in promoting EEO. These 9 areas now serve as the multiple methods for the allocation of the EEO fund. In order to qualify for EEO funding for fiscal year 2019-2020, the district must submit a board-approved and signed multiple method certification form which demonstrates compliance with multiple method number 1 and at least 6 of the remaining 8 multiple methods. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Intuk. Are there any questions?
Question.
Trustee Intuk.
I know we previously get reports on the status of diversity in classifying and faculty and management, and we often reference EEOC requirements. Is this the documentation that's the requirement to do those reports?
No, it's not. So this is really our certification that we have met 6 of the 9 multiple measures for the Chancellor's EEO fund so that we can get additional funds. The report you're talking about will be coming later in the early fall, where we show our faculty and staff diversity, and that is actually will be incorporated into our EEO plan.
But is it the requirement to do that presentation, is that a federal requirement, or is it a state requirement that we're reviewing now?
We actually do it as a state requirement for our EEO plan.
But it's not this Chancellor's Office report?
Correct.
And one other thing, I did hear challenges that some groups on campus have on getting on EEOC interview committees, or the EEOC member can't vote. Is that the process?
The EEO member of committees by policy, and by policy and regulation, is a non-voting member, simply there to ensure that we are compliant with our equal employment opportunity mandates. Generally, they are faculty as assigned by the Academic Senate. That's been our practice, though they can be expanded to other groups, other employee groups who wish to serve.
Do we get a certified list of people who get training to be that EEOC rep? What's required, or how do they know that they're even knowledgeable of this document or the requirements?
Human Resources actually trains them. We will do in-person training. We are looking to do some other types of training on our EEO mandate around confidentiality, around non-discrimination, around our policies and regulations for open and fair recruitment. So they are trained internally.
How often do you get to participate? You got to ask to be in it? Is it every 3 years that we open the pool?
So again, most of these EEO reps are from Academic Senate. The requirement from the HR point of view is that we train them at least once every 2 years, which we do, so we keep track of that. But really, it is as they volunteer.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.3, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3005, continuation of benefits for retirees and survivors of employees or retirees. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Revised Board Policy 3005 and Revised Administrative Regulation 3005 in accordance with the established practice. The Board Policy and Administrative Regulations have been distributed, discussed, and approved by the President's Leadership Council. The revised board policy was submitted for first reading at the Board of Trustees meeting on April 24, 2019, and is now presented for approval. The changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and in line with current practice. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Ntuk. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
I got a question. Is this going to have
Trustee
any?
Ntuk.
Is this going to have any negative fiscal impact on already retirees, or is this? And I see it linked to the MOUs for collective bargaining groups, but is anybody who's retired already going to be cut off now because of this change? Or?
No, so there's actually no change in the way past, present, or future retirees are treated as this sits currently. All this is really just a cleanup, as we had discussed, so that there is one source document, be it the bargaining unit agreements or the management handbook, which already contains the information that has been the policy of this district.
And then when did the first reading on this happen?
The last board meeting.
Okay, thanks. Oh, it's hard to hear you.
Well, it's written.
Yeah, I was reading the policy.
7.4, Revised Board Policy.
Vote on this? Gotta
Vote, please.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I think I'm going to abstain on that. On the last one,
Oh.
7.3.
She's
You want to abstain or? Okay. Don't we have to provide the reason for abstention?
No.
That's what I was advised by the previous board president.
She's conflicted. And
Okay, so we have 3 ayes and 1 abstention.
So the question is whether a reason for
abstention.
abstention has to be announced. And it does if the abstention is based on a personal financial conflict of interest that has to be announced publicly. If the abstention is for any other reason, a personal reason, private reason, then that does not have to be announced.
Yeah, Jack, I'm a retiree. I'm a college retiree. I'm not collecting my retiree health and welfare benefits now, but I will eventually.
But we did say there was no fiscal impact to anybody.
Excuse me?
So we said there was no fiscal impact, so there's no material gain for Trustee Baxter, right?
But I bet we can talk about it for 10 minutes.
Well, regardless, we have an abstention, so the motion passes with 3 ayes and 1 abstention. Item 7.4, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3008, Institutional Code of Ethics. This is a recommended action that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt revised Board Policy 3008, Institutional Code of Ethics as submitted. Administrative Regulation 3008 is also submitted for informational purposes only. We have received the information. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, second by Trustee Baxter. Is there any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.5, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3017, Leaves of Absence with Pay. This is a recommended action for Revised Board Policy 3017 and Regulation 3017 for leaves of absence with pay, and we're revising it to reflect the changes as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and align with current practice. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Baxter. Any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Item 7.6, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation on Personnel Files. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Revised Board Policy 3021. Personnel files submitted for information. The administrative regulation is also submitted for informational purposes. We had received the revised policy in our last board meeting, and this is being presented now for approval. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions? Comments? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. All those against? The motion passes. So item 7.7, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation for Professional Development and Leave. This is a recommended action that the board approve Revised Board Policy 3025 for professional development leave as submitted, and also the regulation submitted for informational purposes. We've received the information. The policy was submitted for our first reading in our last board meeting on April 24, and now it's being presented for approval. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.8, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation on Reduced Workload. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Revised Board Policy 3028, Reduced Workload as submitted. The administrative regulation is being submitted as information purposes only. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion, who made the motion?
I did.
Trustee Otto and Trustee Baxter seconded. Motion passes unanimously. Item 7.9, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation, Resignations 3029. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt Revised Board Policy 3029. We've received also both the revised policy and the administrative regulation, and it was brought to us at our April 24, 2019 meeting. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 7.10, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3030, Sabbatical Leave. This has been also brought to us at the last board meeting, April 24, 2019, and it is being updated. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments?
Quick comment. You know, I think this
Trustee
is the
Otto.
third year in a row that I've made the point that it seems to me that we could do something in our sabbatical leaves to tie it to our student success efforts, and that what we could do is require faculty who are going to go on sabbaticals to work on things that would ensure better student success at least some of the time. But I'm a voice in the wilderness on this, I think. That's all.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 8.1, Academic Senate New Programs of Studies. This is a recommended action that the Board of Trustees approve the programs of study effective fall 2020 as submitted. Program of City was created in response to community requests and to advisory committee recommendations. The program study was developed and approved by its respective college, department, and school. Documentation has been reviewed by the Associate Degree General Education Subcommittee and approved by the Committee on Curriculum and Institution. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Great job. This was fantastic and very comprehensive. Item 8.2, course addition to General Education Plan B and C. This is that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of History 7 to General Education Plans B and C as submitted. This course would be transferable to CSU and or UC. The course has been approved by the Committee on Curriculum and Instruction and will offer an additional option to meet general education requirements for Plans B and or C. The Plans B and C are reflected here. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 9.1, Strategic Enrollment Management Plan Priorities Year 3, 2019-2020. This is an informational item that the Enrollment Management Oversight Committee prepared Year 3 priorities by review of the Strategic Enrollment Management Plan and recommended priorities to the College Planning Committee. The College Planning Committee recommended support for the Year 3 priorities at its April 2019 meeting. Are there any questions, comments on this? Hearing none, moving on to item 9.2, Adult Education 3-Year Plan. This is an informational item. We've received the information about the Long Beach Adult Education Consortium, and it's been required to submit a 3-year educational plan to the California Community Chancellor's Office by June 30th. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. Item 10.1, Institutional Memberships. We've received the information. It is recommended action as the Board of Trustees authorize approval of district institutional memberships for 2019 as submitted, and that the Board of Trustees authorize and approve the amended list of district institutional membership for 2019 as submitted. Is there a motion and a second?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the revised organizational memberships.
Second.
Trustee Ntuk, seconded by Trustee Otto. Are there any questions, comments?
I'd like to just say thanks, Dr. Romali, for adding breadth of diversity of our membership and making sure that there's an atmosphere of inclusion based on what the institution decides to be a member of. So thank you.
And the amended membership list is available for members of the public to see because it's not posted on the board docs. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item 10.2, resolution for 2019-2020 debt service estimate for Los Angeles County. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 05-2020 2219A to authorize a debt service estimate to be provided to the County of Los Angeles respecting authorized but unsold general obligation bonds. It is a current intention of Long Beach Community College District to issue bonds not to exceed $130 million during the 2019-2020 fiscal year submitted. The district presently has authorized but unissued general obligation bonds in the amount of $786,210,000 from the 2016 election. The district has been requested by the Auditor Control of the County of Los Angeles to provide certain information regarding the board's intention to issue bonds during the 2019-2020 fiscal year. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Item 10.3, third quarter budget performance report. This is an information item that we have received to keep the board and the community college informed about the status of the budget of the third quarter budget performance. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 10.4, third quarter financial status report. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approved the 2018-2019 third quarterly financial status report for the Long Beach Community College District and authorize transmittal of the report to the California Community College Chancellor's Office as submitted. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Ntuk, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any
Question.
questions?
Yeah, question.
Did you need something?
That question. Yeah, this is the third quarter FSR. Marlene, can you give us a quick update? How are we doing fiscally, health-wise, on our projections and towards, as we're getting towards the year-end closeouts?
I think that all the entirety of the LBCC community deserves a lot of credit for having completely eliminated our operating deficit as of the third quarter. We now project to have a surplus of $1,400.
Wow.
This was done largely through a combination of ongoing and one-time expenditure reductions. Roughly about half of the solution was one time. And so when I bring back our budget for you for 1920, you'll see that we still have an ongoing deficit. But it is truly amazing that we've been able to completely eliminate the deficit for 1819.
And just to reiterate, what was that amount? Was that the $10 million in the beginning, or 10.4?
When we had the tentative budget, it was, forgive me, it is getting later. It was 6.7, I believe, in the adopted, and we've eliminated it now to 0.
It was 10.7 last year and roughly 7 this year.
Thank you.
So I
Trustee
believe-
Otto?
actually, I believe that 1,000 and how many dollars?
About 1,400, I'm rounding.
I think that pays for about 6 minutes of a Personnel Commission meeting attendance by the commissioners.
They can have a third meeting?
Watch, quiet, they'll add it to the budget. Right.
It is specifically $1,446.
6 minutes and 6 seconds. Right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 10.5, revised board
Board
policy.
President Zia, could I have the motion? Who made the motion? I was taking care of other business. Trustee
It was
Ntuk?
Trustee Ntuk and seconded by Trustee Baxter.
Baxter, thank you.
Item 10.5, revised board policy and administrative regulation 3024, travel and professional conference attendance. This is a recommended action that the board approve this board policy, and the administrative regulation has been provided as information purposes only. It was presented at the last board meeting. Do I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Ntuk. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. 10.6, revised board policy and administrative regulations 2002, expenses for special and service training, workshops, or events. This is a recommended action that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt this board policy 6002, expenses for special and service training, workshops, or events as submitted. This was provided to us for the first reading at the March 27, 2019 meeting with no recommended changes. Is now being presented for approval. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Ntuk. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
All those opposed? Motion passes. Item 10.7, reviewed board policy and revised administrative regulation 7000 on campus parking and traffic control. This is an informational item. We did receive the information in our packet. Are there any questions, comments?
Question.
I have a question or comment. I'm glad to
Student
see-
Trustee Jones?
Thank you. I'm glad to see that the item did make it on the agenda. I just had a comment moving forward. I know that the board typically doesn't take action on regulations, so this would be a recommendation that I would present to Superintendent President Romali. If looking at 7000.6, item F, there's been no changes to this area as I requested to include provisions that would allow for students sleeping in their cars. Hopefully, moving forward, sooner rather than later, we can get the appropriate changes here, knowing that AB 302 is moving forward through the legislative process, so hopefully we can get ahead of that and be proactive in helping our students. One of our student leaders actually went out and collected some responses from a number of our students, and if you guys wouldn't mind, I would like to read like 2 or 3 real brief responses from our students to let you guys know how this is important to them.
So that I can follow along, which number were you looking at?
That's 7,000.6.
Point six, thank you.
Item F.
Thank you.
So one student responded, I support AB 302 because everyone has a right to a future. Another one is that I was once homeless and had to sneak plenty of nights sleeping in my car at school. I know the feeling. And the last one I'll read tonight is I support this because it makes it safer. It also gets the police away from us. Usually when someone is homeless, they're seen as bad people, but we're not. So, and there's a few more I would like to leave with you guys here as you guys take a look at these, and just know that how important this is to our students, that we be proactive in this area and provide the provision within our regulations to help them out. And hopefully that, again, as amended, when the legislation does come through, it will provide language for reimbursement of any additional costs moving forward for the district. So.
Thank you, Donald. Trustee Intuk, did you have any?
Yeah, a couple questions. If the state assembly bill passes, this will be the code section that we'll need to amend, or are we planning to give special permits like in section F to students who would potentially be overnight parking?
At this point, we don't have an answer since it hasn't passed yet, but certainly if it passes, we will look at this policy and regulation as well as the entire picture as well and come up with a plan.
Great. And then also on I and J with the electric vehicles, this looks like the ideal place to put priority parking for green vehicles. Typically, you would have the closest parking spaces would be designated for renewable energy or clean energy vehicles and be prioritized within the parking structures or parking lots. That those would, it's an intangible incentive for people to park closer, but also it's a visibility that people see that there are electric or plug-in vehicles that are prioritized in their parking location. So is that being considered with this?
Thank you. The EV charging stations and spots will be located on the first floor of the parking structure because necessarily they need to, because the infrastructure runs underground for them. There are specific codes that require when you install them that they be a certain proportion of the total parking provided in the parking structure. And we actually anticipate that we'll have more spots than people currently have electric vehicles. So we're prepared to, for instance, when they first roll out, tent them to allow general parking. But yes, the spots will be, may be perceived as preferential spots, but not specifically for that reason, but rather that's because they do require an electrical infrastructure, and so they necessarily need to be there. Southern California Edison has included us into a program, and they're giving us about $1 million worth of free infrastructure installation, and so they definitely have an opinion on where the spots are so that they can correctly install them.
But this language currently has no preferential parking designations outside of the parking structure for our other parking lots for either hybrids or electric vehicles.
As the program moves forward, we will be increasing the number throughout all of our lots in designated areas. However, because of the construction that will be started very shortly with our kinesiology lab and aquatic center on this side of Carson, and on the other side of Carson we still are completing the auditorium, and we'll soon be starting building M, which requires the closure of the parking lot in front of building P. We cannot yet begin to place those charging stations in those lots. But depending on the construction and the needs for construction, it is indeed in the plan to have them in different areas throughout our parking areas.
And I guess just a question on process. This is just an informational item, and we're reviewing. Is this plan to come back to the board with additional analysis and report on electric vehicles, or the electric vehicles are that additional, or I mean they're underlined. Were they already there, or are those new sections?
These two sections are brand new sections. Our previous regulations did not address them at all because we did not have them. This area really lays out the general concept that these spots will be restricted for use for people with electric vehicles, and they still must have permits. And it also specifies that the board will at a future date approve the fees that will be paid by the person parking there for the electricity. Since the college has to pay for it, we must pass on that fee, otherwise it would be a gift of public funds. But this does specify that those fees will be approved by the board, and that will come at a future point. We are doing a little bit more work to determine those fees, but we needed to have the regulation in place as we move forward with Southern California Edison and that project.
Well, I just hope when we come back for review, we can include evaluating preferred parking for renewable or hybrid or electric vehicles on campus, so that we can have designated areas, or at least consider that when we.
Yes, and again, these are designated expressly for them. You won't be able to park in these spots if you do not have an electric vehicle.
And this is just proposed. This is not the actual policy, right?
This is in regulation, actually. So the administrative regulations, the policy references the administrative regulations. So the EV vehicle parking spots are addressed in the admin regulation.
But we're not voting on that tonight.
It is actually not voted on by the board since it's regulation.
Yeah, but this is a change to the regulation.
It is a change to the regulation. What you will be approving specifically is the fee schedule.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments? Okay, item 11.1, revised administrative regulation 5012 for student conduct. This is also an information item and submitted for information purposes and does not require board action. Are there any questions, comments? Student Trustee Jones?
Yes, so this is actually a regulation that I got a chance to take a look at while I was in the process of being revised, and had a chance to sit down with our Dean Kirkwood as she explained a lot of these changes. And I'm very satisfied with the thorough job that's been approved through here. There is only one area of concern to our students here is when we look at 5012.56, letter D, section 2, procedure to appeals. It looks like this section, there's been the removal of the review board in the appeal process, and as was explained, that this was done in an effort to preserve the integrity of the process and protect student confidentiality. And offer a speedy resolution to the issues. The only area of concern that I feel that the students may have is that it designates the appeal process to the VP of Student Services, who would be a member of the institution. The recommendation that the students would like to see, if possible, is maybe the consideration of an ombudsman or a neutral third party who would handle the appeals in the event that there's an issue of student conduct that involves the institution itself. Students may feel that they won't get a fair shake in the appeal process if the person overseeing the appeal is a member of the institution and not a neutral third party.
Any other questions, comments?
I just had a question. For the principle of due process and notification, due process, usually you have appeal rights, right? So, or you have you're supposed to have a fair hearing and opportunity to state the facts and your position. And, maybe Mr. Lipton can speak to it better than I can. But in the appeal in here and this change, who does appeal go to after the dean of student affairs or designee? Is that the end of the process, or is there an appeal to the superintendent, president of the board, or that's not outside the scope of due process?
As the process, the revision is written, it would go to the Vice President of Student Services or designee.
So that would be the final appeal place.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is very consistent with what we see in other policies and procedures in the region. Usually the appeals will go to a vice president. What I would say in response to your concern, my experience has been at prior institutions, and I would imagine it would be here as well, if there was concerns about the impartiality of the vice president, so if there was a claim that involved the vice president, then at that point you might look external to conduct the hearing. But if there is not a direct claim that involves the vice president or whoever kind of is the designee, and that there's no real reason to assume that the person would not be able to be impartial, then I would be able to successfully serve in that capacity and be able to hear the appeal. Like I said, if it was something that was directly involving me, then I would recuse myself from the process, and then someone else would be brought in. And so I've seen that happen. And so I just kind of want to share that, rest assured that there's usually those safeguards as an institution to prevent in the effect that there was something that involved the vice president and was part of the concern.
Yeah, I support that. The chief, Dr. Munoz is the chief student services officer, which means he does have the final say on all matters with regard to student appeals. Certainly, if something were to arise that does include him, he would certainly recuse himself, and it could come to me, or we could do it another way. So there would be a safety net should that arise.
Okay. And thank you for the explanation. And just for clarification, there was no implication that anybody currently in any position would be incapable of being impartial. Just wanted to address the optics of it for student concerns.
Trustee Antuk.
Yeah, one final question. I was looking through, I didn't see, is there a requirement to give written notice to a student if an allegation is made against them, or is it only an oral notification? How would a student find out if someone alleged a complaint that violated this regulation?
So if looking at due process, which is 5012.5, when infractions are reported, the director or designee shall initiate a meeting. During the meeting, a student is notified of their rights and provided with a copy of the Long Beach College's student conduct procedures. So at that time, whenever the student is presented with, I don't like this word, but let's just say the charges or whatever the infraction that they are being accused of violating, they would then be at that time provided in writing their rights, as well as be provided a copy with the charge. And that's typically our standard protocol. We have templates that are used, and those templates obviously have been revised as well to be a little bit more student friendly in the language. But essentially there's standard template forms that then students are provided with should we be meeting with them regarding a concern of violation of the student conduct policy.
Okay. Item.
Check.
I'm going to have to move on, folks. 11.2, revised administrative regulation 5008, readmission of academically dismissed students. This is submitted for information purposes only and does not require board action. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none. I also wanted to mention that our student trustee does have a assignment due tonight, so I'd like to have us excuse him early. Not that this is early. Thank you for your service. Item 12.1, Academic Senate President Jorge.
Thank you, President Sia. I'll make mine really brief. Yes, I am completing my term as the Academic Senate President, and during the last meeting, last Friday, Jerry Florence was selected as the new president, so she'll be serving a term. I will continue to serve on this capacity until the end of the fiscal year, so next meeting will be my last one. I do want to let the students know that finals are around the corner. So I'm wishing them good luck. Make sure you study for your finals. And I am hoping to see everybody at graduation. It is a great time where we acknowledge and we see the students go by and get their certificate or degree, and it is a time to celebrate their achievements. So I'll be there, and I hope to see every faculty, every staff, and everybody else there to celebrate this student achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Classified Senate President Annie Engel, any reports?
I don't really have anything for this evening, but I'll get double next time. Thanks.
Thank you. We like brief reports, Annie. Thank you for helping conclude this meeting early. Board of Trustees, item 12.3. Trustee Otto.
In the spirit of getting this over, I went to the Community College League Conference in Squaw Valley where former State Chancellor Bryce Harris and I did a session on picking college presidents. I was at the Puente meeting last night. I was at the newly tenured faculty program on Wednesday, which was a great event. We had 33 newly tenured faculty that we got to celebrate and get to know a little bit. And this is slightly off topic, but on Friday, the Aquarium of the Pacific opens its Pacific Visions Gallery, and you got to see it. And we have people from Long Beach City College who've been involved there. Laurel Brees is on the MICRE board, which is the board below the Board of Trustees. And try it, you'll really like it. It's very educational, and it's very unique for an aquarium to have a like this, and go see it. That's all.
Trustee Ntuk.
Busy month. This past month, I attended the Long Beach Robo Bowl that was held at McBride Middle School, which is one of the 3 engineering high schools in the district. And it was a Leadership Long Beach project I started 7 years ago with my classmates that still continued on by the district. And so it was a really nice event. I was able to talk to students about coming to Long Beach City College to study advanced manufacturing, robotics, what's electrical engineering, mechanical engineering. There was a video posted on the Long Beach Unified School District's website about that. That was very informative. I did attend the CCEJ dinner, and do want to commend Vice President Malulu. Did a great job as the MC, and it was a great event. And there was a number of people that expressed gratitude of working with Long Beach City College and CCEJ. And I think that we've developed a really great relationship with the organization, and they're providing some wonderful training for us. I was in the Pride Parade this past weekend. It was a good time. I want to thank the administration for organizing students, staff, classified to come out. We had a full boat of the Viking ship that was in the parade, and it was just a good celebration of inclusivity, and there was a number of breakfasts and events that happened throughout the day. But you know, thank you for the members of the administration that was there with us. I want to say thank you. There's the women's photography exhibit that's here in the building by Duke Givens. He's Long Beach City College alumni. Really has a gift and talent in the artistic field of photography, and I appreciated seeing. You know, this month is all female pictures, and I think last month there was a number of male pictures, and so it's great to be able to highlight and show everybody. And I think he was doing photos earlier today before the meeting with some additional folks. So I'm really glad that we've changed out the photos that used to be there to be more modern and celebrate everybody who's here on campus today. I did also go to the Centennial Boy Scout celebration that was at the Long Beach Convention Center. I'm an Eagle Scout, and so going in attendance and standing up, they had all the Eagle Scouts stand up. There was a number of people that I guess were surprised, but also we had a table of Long Beach City College students, Eagle Scouts, that were with us. So we had some great folks who were going into Homeland Security, to college. There's one woman who's going into the police department that's part of now Boy Scouts are open to both genders. So there's female Boy Scouts. I was also, Chair, I was selected to be on the executive board for the LA County School Trustee Association. It's a regional trustee association for school board and community college board members, and so I think I get a 1-year term, so which starts this fall. So I'm going to be involved with the regional organization. I did go to the Puente event last night, and again, it's great that we have a or bilingual trustee that is able to speak to the parents and the family members that came out. It's really a great program that's very supportive. There was a number of students who have already graduated from the program that came to support, and so it's good to see that we're building community on campus with the Puente program. I did notice that the governor's office created a new state commission on the future of work. Student trustee Jones had a future of work forum here on campus earlier. I know it's a topic of discussion with this online community college. I know at the ports we're having vigorous discussion about automation on the ports, and so it's good to see that it's a priority for the governor and something within the scope of a community college system. And then earlier today we hosted Senator Kamala Harris's office here on campus in the bistro, kind of meet and greet on a tour, talk about our programming, the College Promise 2.0. I think it was a very positive conversation, talking about some of the federal funding that's out there that they would be supportive of us and going after. And so that was a really nice event. They are interested in doing an event at Long Beach City College sometime in the fall. And so it's good to be on the radar. I know we hosted the governor. I see us in all the newspaper photos. It's every other story is unrelated to us, but it's like, oh, that's outside, at Long Beach City College. So it's a great opportunity to highlight and get ourselves out there. And then lastly, got an audit committee meeting tomorrow and the Mail Summit on Friday. So it's a partnership with Long Beach Unified and Long Beach City College. I'm one of the sponsors, helping provide buses so we can get additional Long Beach Unified students here at Long Beach City College on campus and participate. It's a full day of speakers and mentorship and motivational activities that Dr. Munoz has been the lead on. So looking forward to that event, and it's really making sure we're aligning with the citywide effort on Boys and Men of Color. That they've got several $1 million in funding to the city that we're now starting to align with them and make sure that we're improving our Boys and Men of Color program. So that's all I have.
Trustee Baxter, can I beg you, please?
Make it brief. Well, I've only got 2 pages, but I'll talk fast. First of all, I'd like to request that we adjourn the meeting in memory of Monique Fernandez, who was a curriculum technician in academic services, and she just died recently. I went to the Urban Community Outreach Dinner, the CTE Career Fair on Friday, which was fantastic. Congratulations to all. Also went to the theater play Lovesick, which is very cute, and it will be playing this weekend also, and I encourage people to attend. I played in the Foundation Golf Tournament, which retiree Will Shaw was honored. The CCEJ dinner, the newly tenured faculty reception, Lakewood Celebrates, which honored the Pan American Scholarship winners and also the Lakewood Eagle Scouts. A number of the Pan American Scholarship recipients will be coming to Long Beach City College in the fall, so that was great, and their parents were excited and talked about the Long Beach College Promise. Also, Long Beach College, Rotary Club Scholarship Committee meeting, and I serve on that committee. Long Beach Rotary was on campus last week. This week, tomorrow's the scholarship reception. Also after that is the Guardian Scholars reception, the Student Life Banquet, Student Art Show until May 25th. That's always a great presentation. Classified Appreciation Luncheon, the music concert Saturday at 2 p.m. in the Quad. On Monday, Memorial Day, you can go have pizza at Mod Pizza and help LLRA. Vocal Jazz on June 1st at 7:30 at Cal State Long Beach. And then finally, in addition to Monique, we lost 2 more retirees. Gillis Brown, who taught physical education, and Dr. Fred Lamb, who taught automotive. And so maybe we could add them to the adjournment, and I'm done.
Thank you so much, Trustee Baxter. Thank you for honoring the request. Board of Trustee Travel, I don't believe we have any reports. Trustee committees, the audit committee is tomorrow, as Trustee Intuck stated. Item 13.1, public comments on non-agenda items. I do have one card. I don't know if the gentleman is here, Gregory Priest. Sadly, I think he has fallen from the audience. I don't blame him. Moving on to item 14.1, further discussion of the items under closed session items. We don't have a need for a second closed session item. We will adjourn tonight's meeting in honor and memory of Monique Fernandez. And who are the other two names?
Gillis Brown and Fred Lamb.
Gillis Brown and Fred Lay. So if we can observe a moment of silence. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned to June 26, 2019 at the LIC campus at 4:30 is our closed session. Have a good night, everyone.
Hey, Mr. Lipton, what was the comment that you wanted to make on the discipline?
Thanks, Jack.